All right, before we get started, I know we have a court reporter for this proceeding. It looks like they're pretty clearly labeled as court reporter on the attendees list. Mr. Anderson or Ms. Mullen, can one of you please promote the court reporter to panelists? Thank you. And there they are. Is the court reporter ready to get started and go on the record?
Good morning. Yes, I am. Tekla Clay, CSR 13125.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's go ahead and go on the record then. Good morning. It is July 14th, 2025, and this is the hearing on the pending petition for long-term transfer filed by Yuba County Water Agency for permit 15026, application 5632. I'm Sam Bivens, the hearing officer from the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office assigned to this matter. Today is the first day of the case in chief phase of this hearing. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and the video of this hearing are being recorded. We'll post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the AHO email inbox at adminhrg@waterboards.ca.gov. AHO staff will be monitoring the email inbox. With me today are three other members of the AHO hearing team: Skylar Anderson, Sam Boland-Bryan, and Nicole Mullen. Nicole Mullen will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. So if you're a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony. And attorneys, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to please bring up a particular exhibit. We will take breaks today as needed, and we will certainly have a mid-morning break, a lunch, an afternoon break, and we'll adjourn for the day at 5 p.m. I will now call for appearances. If you're representing a party today, please raise your hand when I call your party's name, and my team will promote you to a panelist on the Zoom webinar platform, and then you can make your appearance. As we proceed, please keep your microphone muted, except when you're speaking, so that we can minimize background noise. So let's start with the Yuba County Water Agency. Morning, Mr. Becerra.
Good morning, Mr. Bivens. Ryan Becerra, attorney for Yuba County Water Agency.
Good morning. Is that all from your team this morning who you expect to be appearing?
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. Willie Whittlesey, Yuba County Water Agency's general manager, I see, has also joined, and the agency's witness, Steve Grinnell, should be in the among the people waiting to join. We have witnesses from two other agencies as well. Craig Wallace from Kern County Water Agency and Pablo Oriave from San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority.
Great. Good morning, gentlemen. And you guys can feel free to be off camera until it's your time to testify. I expect Mr. Becerra will stay on camera because he's got a job to do here pretty soon, but you guys are free to go off camera and remain on mute until we call you as witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you.
California Department of Water Resources.
Morning, Eric Soderland, appearing on behalf of the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Soderland.
Good morning.
State water contractors.
Good morning, Jenna Mandel-Rice on behalf of the state water contractors.
Good morning, Ms. Mandel-Rice.
Mr. Bivens, if I might, I neglected to add my colleague Morgan Biggerstaff, who is also an attorney for Yuba County Water Agency. My apologies.
No worries. We'll promote Mr. Biggerstaff. I see him there on the attendees list, and thank you for that. Okay, San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority.
Good morning. I don't know why I'm sideways, but this is Rebecca Harms on behalf of San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority.
Good morning, Ms. Harms. Yes, it would be good if you can turn around, but
Yeah, I'll try to figure that out.
Not strictly necessary.
Okay, thank you. Never had that happen before.
Thank you, Ms. Harms. Let's see. Central Delta Water Agency et al. And I do not see Mr. Reese or Mr. Herrick or any Nomalinis in the attendees list. So that's a bit of a surprise. We will keep an eye on that and circle back and get the Delta parties attorneys in whenever they appear. Nevada Irrigation District.
Good morning, Andrew McClure for Nevada Irrigation District. I believe Jennifer Hansen, NID's general manager, is viewing the proceeding. She's a witness, but I don't think she will be called until late this afternoon or perhaps tomorrow.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. McClure, and we'll promote Ms. Hansen when she's ready to appear. Okay, Friends of the River.
Good morning. Sorry, it takes a second to join. Keiko Mertz appearing on behalf of Friends of the River.
Good morning, Ms. Mertz. California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance.
Good morning, Chris Schutz on behalf of California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance.
Good morning, Mr. Schutz. South Yuba River Citizens League. All right. We can circle back if anyone from South Yuba River Citizens League wants to join and make an appearance. And I see Mr. Ruiz has joined as an attendee, and I will assume he wants to make an appearance on behalf of Central Delta Water Agency et al. So let's promote him. Thank you.
Good morning. Having some technological issues this morning, so I just was able to get in.
No worries. Good morning, Mr. Ruiz.
Good morning.
Okay. Does anyone else, I know we have two witnesses left who will appear as panelists later. Does anyone else need to make an appearance on behalf of any party? Very good. Okay, before we get into it, I have a few items on my agenda. So one, on July 11th, I issued a procedural ruling addressing the parties' evidentiary objections and allocating time to the parties for this case in chief phase of the hearing. We'll go through that exercise again on rebuttal once we have rebuttal evidence in. I'm not going to revisit anything in that procedural ruling today, but I want to briefly address timing and formatting of evidentiary objections and witness order before we get started. So first of all, I hope the direction on formatting future evidentiary objections was clear enough. It's sometimes hard to translate that into into written instructions. And if anybody has questions about that, now please raise your hand. Now is the time to get through that. And then in terms of, Mr. Schutz, please.
Yes, just to be clear, I don't think it was clear to some of the objecting parties that you were asking for a PDF and a identical Word document so that those who were objected to could fill out the Word document. And if that were clear, I think it would help make things smoother in the future. Thank you.
Yes, hopefully that came through in the directions. And to be clear, I don't think I provided any specific formatting instructions for objections ahead of the hearing, which is my mistake and not anyone else's. But going forward, yes, a PDF table and a identical Word table so that responding parties can fill in their responses, and then also they can send me the Word document with the responses so I can put my ruling directly into that document. With respect to timing, Mr. Becerra. Go ahead.
Thank you. Previously, you indicated you would not allow speaking objections. I assume that remains the case.
That is the case.
Objection grounds, if you want more, you'll ask.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
That is exactly right. Okay, and then in terms of timing, at the end of the rebuttal phase, I will ask the parties about the exhibits and testimony they want to move into evidence. And then once those motions are made, I will set a fairly short deadline for written objections to the admission of evidence, and I will rule on those objections to the admission of evidence fairly quickly, recognizing that you all will be, preparing closing briefs and potentially proposed orders, and we'll need to know what's in and what's out. Many of the types of, I'll call them more technical objections that the parties have made under, for example, evidence code sections 800 and so forth, and hearsay objections, probably going to be more appropriate at that time after you've had a chance to cross various witnesses. And so to that end, I guess I just ask when it comes to objections to the introduction of evidence before the hearing, please exercise some judgment and discretion. It's a fair amount of work to rule on those before the rebuttal hearing, knowing that you'll have an opportunity to make those types of objections once we're finished and the parties are moving exhibits into evidence. And then with respect to the order of Mr. Schutz.
Sorry, one further question. When the last round of objections comes in, will there be an opportunity for parties to whom folks have objected, about who folks have objected, to respond to those, or are you just going to rule on it on its face?
I haven't thought that far ahead yet, Mr. Schutz, including on deadlines, but I will, and I will give you further more detailed direction. But yes, it is likely that you will have an opportunity to respond. It will probably be a very short turnaround. Okay, order of presentation. I read the joint status report that the parties filed last week. The order of presentation generally looks good. I understand that the protestants want some flexibility as to the order in which they present witnesses, and I can appreciate that. I also hope that the protestants appreciate that I will want to be, fully prepared to understand their witnesses' testimony. So I'd like to know who is going to be testifying and when, the day before that testimony will occur to the extent possible. So we'll circle back to that at the end of the day. But I do want to make that clear. I'd like to know who's coming up. I suspect all of the attorneys would also like to know who's coming up the next day. So Mr. Becerra.
Yeah, you essentially hit my point. In order to prepare for cross-examination, knowing who is presenting when by the end of the preceding day would be extremely helpful.
Yes, we will do that. Okay, before we get into the substantive agenda today, are there any other questions or logistical issues we need to discuss this morning? Make up your mind, Mr. Becerra.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like 5 years into Zoom, you'd think I'd be better at it. Yeah, a few mechanical questions. So we have allotted amounts of minutes. how will we know what the official timekeeping is on that? We can try to do it on our side, but is there an official timekeeping we will be able to access?
There is, and it will either be one of Ms. Mullen, Mr. Anderson, or Mr. Bullen Bryan, or some combination of the three keeping the official time. You are welcome to ask them for a time check. You should also probably keep an eye on that yourselves, but yes,
Yes.
you are welcome to ask for a time check as needed.
Thank you very much. Second, in terms of panel presentations, do you have a preference as to whether we go through the questioning to introduce exhibits with all of the panelists, or would you prefer to have questions for one panelist, the panelist presents, questions for the next panelist, and so on?
Let's get all the presentations done first, and then we'll move to cross-examination as a panel, and then obviously cross-examining attorneys can direct their questions either to specific individual witnesses or the panel as a whole.
Okay, thank you. And one final mechanical question. As to exhibits to be used on cross-examination, how should we provide those to the AHO? Should we send by email to the AHO so they're available to Ms. Mullen ahead of time? How do we do that?
Yes, please email them to the AHO directly. As in other AHO proceedings, you don't need to copy the whole service list when you send your cross-examination exhibits over. And then as those exhibits are used on cross, my team will upload them to the FTP site and make them available to attorneys and parties so that they can be reviewed, as we're going through cross.
And I assume when we send those across, we should have a table of exhibits consistent with the tables we've provided for other exhibits.
Yes, that would be helpful, particularly once we get into the moving of exhibits into evidence at the end. I will definitely want updated tables.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. All right, so on my number one item on my agenda are policy statements. I received two written policy statements ahead of the hearing. I don't believe there are any other policy statements, oral policy statements to be heard at this time. If there are, please speak up now. With that, I intend to move to Yuba Water's presentation of its case in chief. And if we get through all of that today, I expect we'll move to NID's presentation of its case in chief. Mr. McClure.
Thank you. I was under the understanding that we'd have the opportunity to make opening statements.
Yes, we're getting to that. Well, actually, Mr. McClure, I guess we could do it this way. Do you want to make your opening let's make your opening statement before you present your witness. That was my thought for how we would do this. So Yuba Water, and I was going to give Mr. Becerra an opportunity to make his opening statement, present his witnesses, and then as we move to each party's case in chief, to the extent they want to make an opening statement, that would be a good time.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Very good. All right, Mr. Becerra, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Bivens.
Please proceed.
First of all, it will be brief. Yuba County Water Agency filed an opening brief, so this essentially is a summary of that. So in Water Code Section 109, the legislature has declared that it is, quote, the established policy of this state to facilitate the voluntary transfer of water and water rights were consistent with the public welfare of the place of export and the place of import. You will hear testimony about how Yuba Water's accord transfers have satisfied these goals and implemented this policy for nearly 20 years. The transfers have significantly benefited Yuba County and the areas that receive accord transfer water, particularly in drought years. Yuba Water only seeks to extend these transfers, and the state board should approve the extension because it is fully consistent with the governing law, namely Water Code Section 1736. That is particularly true because Yuba Water has proposed extensive approval conditions for the extension. You will hear in this hearing testimony by the protestants about various concerns. They will discuss water quality in the San Joaquin River system in the South Delta, the relaxation of water quality objectives to be met by the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project during recent dry years, the asserted need for higher spring flows in the Central Valley for fish, and water rights in the upper Yuba watershed. There is, however, a dog that will not bark in those presentations, and that is that the protestants do not present any evidence that accord transfers in and of themselves are actually causing any of the conditions with which the protestants are concerned. Protestants therefore have not presented any evidence to show that Yuba's proposed extension of accord transfers with its very detailed approval terms will not satisfy Water Code Section 1736. The State Board therefore should approve the extension as proposed by Yuba Water.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. You may call your first panel. I'll administer the oath to each witness individually, and then they can move into their presentations. And then after we've administered the oath, Mr. Becerra, when you introduce each of the witnesses, just please ask them to affirm that their written testimony is true and correct. And then please refer to the exhibit number for each witness. And with that, please go ahead and call your first panel.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. Our first panel is Willie Whittlesey, Craig Wallace, and Pablo Oriave.
And I see Mr. Wallace is on the attendees list, so let's go ahead and get him promoted, please. All right, there's Mr. Whittlesey. Mr. Wallace, if you could come on camera, that would be great. Okay, good. Now you're at the top of my screen. And I do not see Mr. Oriave on either list, Mr. Becerra.
Okay, we will proceed with Mr. Whittlesey and Mr. Wallace, and then with Mr. Oriave when he joins.
Very good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, Mr. Whittlesey, let's start with you. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Wallace, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bivens. Mr. Whittlesey, can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Nicholas Whittlesey Jr. Everyone knows me as Willie Whittlesey.
And Mr. Whittlesey, what is your position at Yuba County Water Agency?
I'm the general manager of Yuba County Water Agency.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 100 your written testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 101 your resume?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 102 your PowerPoint presentation that summarizes your testimony?
Yes.
Are exhibits Yuba Water 103 through Yuba Water 112 the exhibits to your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Wallace, can you please state your name for the record?
Craig Wallace.
And what is your position at Kern County Water Agency?
I am currently the interim general manager.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 300 your written testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 302 your PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 301 the other exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Whittlesey, using
Mr. Becerra, before we move back to Mr. Whittlesey, I see Mr. Oriave has joined. Let's get him promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Mike, please, and we'll administer the oath. Good morning, Mr. Oriave.
Good morning.
I'm going to administer the oath to you now, and then Mr. Becerra will introduce you with the rest of this panel. So, Mr. Ariave, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. Mr. Oriave, you may want to go back on, take mute off. Mr. Oriave, can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Pablo Arriave.
And what is your position at the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority?
I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 400 your written testimony in this hearing?
It is.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 401 your PowerPoint summary of your testimony?
It is.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Whittlesey. Using Exhibit Yuba Water 102, please provide a summary of your testimony.
Can we show the PowerPoint? Excellent, thank you. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency. Next slide. This is, oh, there we go. We're talking here about the Yuba River Accord and a petition to extend the Accord transfer program through 2050. The Yuba River Accord includes 3 separate agreements: the Water Purchase Agreement, the Conjunctive Use Agreements, and the Fisheries Agreement. The transfer program has 3 related agreements: the Water Purchase Agreement, the Conjunctive Use Agreements, and a temporary transfer option between Yuba Water, Contra Costa Water District, and East Bay Municipal Utilities District. The petition includes only those changes necessary to continue the Accord transfer program through December 31st, 2050. Next slide, please. Operations under the Yuba Accord are critical for Yuba Water and Yuba County. The State Water Resources Control Board incorporated minimum in-stream flow requirements through the corrected order 2008-0014. These stream flow requirements drive everything that Yuba Water does, and we operate to meet those requirements at all times. The petition does not propose to change the minimum stream flow requirements, and Yuba Water will continue to meet the requirements no matter what happens with this hearing. Next slide, please. The Accord transfer program is often misunderstood. Accord transfers are integrated into Yuba Water's operations to meet Accord minimum stream flow requirements. Even after Accord minimum stream flow releases reach the mouth of the Yuba River, many accounting and physical conditions must be met for the water to be transferred downstream. And for specific details on how Accord transfers work, please see the testimony of Yuba Water's technical consultant, Stephen Grinnell. Next slide, please. The Yuba Accord is beneficial to statewide water supply and integral to Yuba Water operations. An example of beneficial resource sharing and coordination between agencies, it's an important supplemental water source statewide during drought conditions over the last 18 years. And Accord transfers can continue to be a vital supplement supply for buyers throughout the state in dry years for the foreseeable future. Next slide, please. Most importantly, Accord transfer revenues help advance core mission areas of Yuba Water. Revenues assist Yuba Water in advancing its core mission to provide flood protection and water supply reliability. Accord transfer revenues help fund local cost share for federal, state grants and loans, fisheries and habitat restoration, and projects that benefit the Yuba County economy. Examples of these investments include the Marysville Ring Levee, the Feather River Setback Levee, the Atmospheric River Control Spillway, or the ARC Spillway, Hallwood Irrigation's canal lining projects.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. If you can please slow down. Thank you.
No problem. Examples of these investments include the Marysville Ring Levee, the Feather River Setback Levee, the Atmospheric River Control Spillway, or ARC Spillway, Hallwood Irrigation Company's canal lining, South Yuba County Regional Wastewater Project, and the Hallwood Side Channel and Floodplain Restoration Project. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show some examples of these investments. Here you see the Marysville Ring Levee. Marysville flood risk is managed by the Marysville Levee Commission, one of our local partners. Yuba Water Agency has invested significant funds in the improvements to the Marysville Ring Levee over the last couple of decades. This is a map of the project itself. The Marysville Ring Levee encompasses the city of Marysville. There's flood risk all around Marysville. That's why we call it the Ring Levee. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers and others for several years to improve the flood risk conditions of Marysville and have spent millions of dollars as the local cost share in the investments to improve this flood risk condition. Next slide, please. Here's another example of a Yuba Water Agency investment in the local community. This is the Feather River Setback Levee. The Feather River Setback Levee was an improvement to the urban flood risk in South Yuba County. It included a levee setback that improved the flood risk conditions to 200-year level of protection. It also provided 1,500 acres of riparian floodplain habitat. The upper right photo is a picture of the levee, and the lower left map is the map of the Feather River Setback Levee area, showing the expanded floodway. Yuba Water Agency has invested tens of millions of dollars as the local cost share in this levee improvement. It's a prime example of Yuba Water Agency's investments that benefit the public in South Yuba County. Next slide, please. Next, we have a project that is in the planning and engineering phase and permitting phase. This is our New Bullards Bar Atmospheric River Control Spillway, also known as the ARC Spillway. This will allow us to implement forecast-informed reservoir operations through the construction of the spillway and also through an update to our water control manual. Again, this is in the planning, engineering, and permitting phases. It's a $290 million, as estimated, effort to improve flood risk reduction for the region, not just Yuba County. The project will consist of the construction of a new spillway that's 31.5 feet lower than our existing original spillway, which will allow us to release early inflows into New Bullards Bar in anticipated of major inflow events, thereby creating an additional 117,000 acre feet of functional flood storage. The new spillway will have a discharge capacity of 35,000 cubic feet per second. And here you see diagrams of the proposed spillway itself and the 117,000 acre feet of additional flood space that it will create. The picture on the lower right is a rendering of the new spillway. It doesn't exist. The spillway on the right does not exist yet, but that's a rendering of what it will look like once constructed. The existing spillway on the left in that picture does exist and is fully functional and has no issues at this time. The new spillway will be built specifically to create this additional flood space and allow us to implement forecast-informed reservoir operations. Next slide, please. Here we have an example of an investment we've made with Hallwood Irrigation Company to conserve water that's delivered to our agricultural areas in the north part of the western Yuba County. These projects include the lining of earthen canals to prevent seepage out of the canal. It's basically a water efficiency program. We completed a pilot program or proof of concept recently and are now moving forward with more substantive improvements to these canals. And this is in partnership with Hallwood Irrigation Company, which will also benefit the other 3 member units on the north side of the Yuba River in Yuba County. Next slide, please. Here's another example of a project we've invested in recently. This project is in the planning and engineering design phase, but it's the Regional Wastewater Treatment and Transmission Facilities Project in South Yuba County. It includes a partnership between the City of Wheatland and Olivehurst Public Utilities District primarily, and also includes Yuba Water Agency investments and a partnership with the County of Yuba. This will allow the decommissioning of Wheatland's outdated wastewater treatment plant in Wheatland that just discharges to the Bear River currently, and will allow Wheatland to pump their wastewater through this new conveyance system up to Olivehurst Public Utilities District wastewater treatment plant in Olivehurst. Again, this is in the engineering and design phase, but it's another example of a local investment that gets its benefit from Yuba Water Agency's revenues, including Accord revenues. Next slide, please. Here we have an example of a habitat enhancement project. This is the Hallwood Side Channel and Floodplain Restoration Project that we recently completed with our partners on the lower Yuba River, just downstream of DeGear Dam. This project includes the removal of hydraulic mining debris from the main channel of the lower Yuba River. It's designed to restore the Yuba River so it can act as a natural river and move its way through naturally the lower Yuba River channels. It included the removal of these mine tailings. As you see in the upper diagram, there's a large strip of mining sediments that were deposited in the early 1900s through resorting or remining of the hydraulic sediments that resulted from 1850s to 1880s hydraulic mining in the upper Yuba watershed. And the lower diagram shows that mountain of material now removed, and through the creation of side channels and vegetation establishment, we've created a more natural system for salmon, steelhead, and other species to rear and improve the conditions for those species long term. Next slide, please. Here is a photo of that project, the Hallwood Side Channel project, showing on the left before the grading or the gravel removal, and then on the right, completion of a substantial portion of the gravel removal. And you'll see also the channel that was enhanced on the left side of the right picture. One of the improvements here, the primary improvements, is to create rearing habitat for salmon in the lower Yuba River. This project was completed last year and included many partners, including Tykert Aggregates, and is now in its monitoring phase. Yuba Water Agency has invested millions of dollars in this project with our partners, and I would like to show it as an example of successful collaboration in the area for salmon and other species in the lower Yuba River. I believe that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Whittlesey.
Mr. Wallace, using Exhibit Yuba Water 302, can you please provide a summary of your testimony? So Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Yuba Water 302, please.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Kern County Water Agency serves as the local contracting entity for Kern County for the State Water Project water supplies for our 13 member units and Improvement District number 4. The agency has relied on Accord water transfers for supplemental supply of approximately 143,326 acre feet between the years 2007 and 2024. The agency will continue to rely on Accord transfers for the foreseeable future and fully intends to continue purchasing Accord water if Yuba Water's petition to extend the Accord transfer program through 2050 is approved. And that completes my testimony.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 401? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Mr. Oriave, using Exhibit Yuba Water 401, can you please provide a summary of your testimony?
Thank you. As stated before, I'm Pablo Arriabe. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. Next slide, please. The Water Authority is a joint powers authority with 27 member agencies, all south of the Delta. Most of our members depend on the Central Valley Project as the principal source of water that they provide to their users. However, several members rely solely on their CVP contracts. In the last 10 years, South of Delta CVP ag water contractors have averaged just a 40% allocation, with several 0% allocations during those years, and our South of Delta CVP M&I contractors have averaged an approximately 65% allocation, with several years limited further to only public health and safety needs. Due to the lack of reliability of CVP water supplies, our members depend on transfers of surface water to supplement their CVP supplies. Next slide, please. Over the last 16 years, the Water Authority members have received approximately 420,000 acre-feet of Yuba transfer water. And in certain years, such as 2022, only supplemental water was received through the Yuba Accord Water Transfer Program. Water Authority members have also received Yuba water in years where their CVP allocation was 0%, specifically 2014, 2015, 2021, and 2022. And members during those 0% allocation years received anywhere from 38,000 acre-feet to 65,000 acre-feet approximately. So for these reasons, the importance of the Yuba Accord Water Transfer Program to our members really cannot be overstated. Next slide, please. This is simply a listing of all of our member agencies. We're very diverse in that we have ag water service contractors, we have M&I water service contractors, we have both state and federal wildlife refuges, and lastly, within our membership, we have exchange and settlement contractors. Next slide, please. This is a map that shows the layout of our member agencies. The left side is north, the right side is south, encompassing well over 100 linear miles west of Highway 99 from Tracy all the way down to just west of Bakersfield. We also include significant M&I users in the Silicon Valley. Next slide, please. So our members hold contracts for up to 3.3 million acre-feet. However, actual annual deliveries are now much lower than that contract entitlement. And this table really illustrates why that is. And in summary, the reduced water supply reliability is based on implementation of the Endangered Species Act, the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, Clean Water Act, and basically a normal precip year for our member agencies, specifically our ag members, is now only a 35 to a 50% contract allocation. And that is the extent of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oriave. Mr. Bivens, this panel is now ready for cross-examination.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becerra, and to all three of our witnesses. So for order of questioning for Yuba Water's case in chief, my thought was that we would start with NID, then the Delta parties, and then the NGO parties on cross, which point me and my team may have some questions as well after cross has been completed, and then we'll move back to redirect. So Mr. McClure, are you ready to proceed with cross-examination?
I am. I just have a few questions for Mr. Whittlesey.
Very good. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Whittlesey. My name's Andy McClure. I'm an attorney for Nevada Irrigation District.
Good morning, Mr. McClure.
A few questions. The projects that you outlined in your slides, are those primarily funded by Accord transfer revenues?
Those projects are funded by Yuba Water Agency's general fund, which includes Accord transfer revenues and also power generation revenues.
Do you have an idea of the approximate quantity of transfer revenues that were used to fund those capital projects?
Transfer revenues, Accord transfer revenues are about 10 to 20% of our overall general fund revenues. Specifically, however, Feather River setback levy projects and projects that were prior to 2016 were funded more through Accord revenues because we were still under the power purchase agreement with Pacific Gas and Electric.
Can you explain that distinction to me, the power purchase revenues and now the Accord transfer revenues? Do I understand you to say that Yuba had received a certain quantity of revenues from a power purchase agreement that has expired, and now Yuba is relying more on Accord transfer revenues?
Yuba Water Agency now operates our generation under a separate contract and now receives the generation revenue directly.
And what is the period of time for the capital investments that were made in the projects that are outlined in your slide approximately?
You're talking about years that the projects were completed?
Yeah, just generally speaking, since when, what was the starting date for the investments made in those projects for Yuba Water Agency?
Much of
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Can you restate the question, Mr. McClure?
On what date did Yuba's investments in the projects identified in your slide begin generally?
Significant flood control investments followed the devastating flood of 1997. Planning and design for the Feather River setback levy was begun shortly after the 97 flood events. We focused on the urban areas in South Yuba County at that time, including the Feather River setback levy area. Then we moved on to projects around the Marysville Ring levee. And then the other projects like the habitat enhancement and the wastewater projects were more recent. Habitat enhancement project investments were started in 2019, and the planning and design for the wastewater project was started around 2020.
So it's fair to say those investments were initiated after 2003, right?
The major investments in all of the projects I showed were after 2003.
And that was after Water Right Decision 1644 was issued, which was after 2003, right? Or 2003?
I have a limited knowledge of the specifics of 1644, but I believe it was the early 2000s, correct?
And I noticed that your slide did not identify the Narrows 2 powerhouse intake extension. Are you aware of any Yuba investments, significant investments in that project since 2003?
The Narrows intake extension project we have looked at from an engineering and design standpoint. We have not made major investments in any type of permitting or construction.
And to your knowledge, were the projects identified in your slides specifically geared toward addressing temperature management issues in the lower Yuba River?
Those projects, when we talk about the habitat enhancement project specifically, it was designed to get the most benefit to the salmon and steelhead species out of the Accord flows that are released into the lower Yuba River.
Thank you, Mr. Whittlesey. My question was actually whether any of the projects were specifically geared toward temperature management issues in the lower Yuba River, to your knowledge.
Yeah, to my knowledge, no.
And to your knowledge, Yuba Water Agency has not made any significant investments in the Narrows 2 powerhouse intake extension since 2003, correct?
No construction related investments.
And is it your understanding that the purpose of the Narrows 2 powerhouse intake extension is to minimize water temperature impacts on anadromous fish in the lower Yuba River?
Objection, misstates testimony, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled, but Mr. Whittlesey, you're free to clarify as you need to.
Mr. McClure, can you restate the question?
Sure. My question was whether it's your understanding that the Narrows 2 powerhouse intake extension is intended to minimize water temperature impacts on anadromous fish in the lower Yuba River.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Mr. Reese, you have cross-examination for any of these witnesses.
Thank you, Dean Reese for the South Delta Water Agency parties. I don't have cross for this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. From the NGO parties, Mr. Schutz is on camera. Mr. Schutz, do you have cross-examination for any of these three witnesses?
I do have cross-examination for these witnesses. I do not have any for Mr. Wallace. I have one question for Mr. Ariave, and I have some questions for Mr. Whittlesey. And so I'd like to start, if I may, with cross-examination of Mr. Ariave. Mr. Ariave, I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. And actually, I misspoke. My question is for Mr. Wallace. Mr. Ariave provided some testimony regarding his the sort of general percent amounts that his agency or his group of agencies has received in terms of percent of contracted amounts. And I wondered if Mr. Wallace could provide us the same information relative to Kern County Water Agency. Do you understand the question, or do I need to clarify it, sir?
Can you please clarify the question?
Sure. Over the past 10 years, on average, what percent of your allocations from the state water project has Kern County Water Agency and the other groups of agencies that you represent received?
I don't have that specific information.
Do you have an estimate?
At this point, I don't have an estimate.
All right, thank you. And then I have some questions for Mr. Whittlesey. Good morning, Mr. Whittlesey.
Good morning, Mr. Schutz.
How are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
Very well, thank you. You began a bit to talk with Mr. McClure about the fact that there are other sources of revenues available to Yuba Water Agency other than sales from the Yuba Accord Water Purchase Agreement, correct?
Correct.
And a major additional source of revenue is power sales, correct?
Correct.
And can you spoke a little bit about the power purchase agreement that's now in effect. In round numbers and on a percentage basis, can you tell us what are YCWA's annual average power revenues under its current power purchase agreement compared to what they were under its 1966 power purchase agreement?
Yeah, under the PG&E power purchase agreement, Yuba Water Agency did not receive power generation revenues. Since 2016, we've had a separate power purchase agreement and been able to sell our generation ourselves. Our energy sales has ranged anywhere from 60 million to 150 million over the past 9 years since we've been under that agreement.
And over those past 9 years, have those power revenues generally gone up, stayed the same, or varied from year to year without any particular pattern?
They have gone up. You know, the energy market is volatile. We did have some significantly good years. A few years ago, we are seeing a decline in the overall energy market the last 2 years.
Thank you. Now, relative to the relative breakdown between your revenues from power generation and from water sales, you said in response to Mr. McClure varies from year to year, correct?
That is correct.
And you stated a general estimate of the percent of revenues from water sales as about 15%. Did I hear that correctly?
Objection, being ambiguous as to water sales.
Water sales under the power purchase, under the water purchase agreement of the Yuba Accord.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's about 10 to 20% of our overall general revenue.
Okay. And do you have recollection of what it was in some specific years, or would you like us to pull up some of the exhibits in order to refresh your memory?
The exhibits would be helpful.
All right. If we could look, please, at Circle 21.
Sorry, Mr. Shoot, Circle 20, what are we referring to? Circle 20?
Exhibit Circle 21, 021. Exhibit Circle, SYRCL, South Yuba River Citizens League. Sorry.
That's a phonetic pronunciation.
But for a while, you used the acronym. I apologize that it didn't quite register.
Now I know. I had never thought of the acronym being pronounced that way, but thank you. Okay, yeah, that's
and if we could pull that up, Ms. Mullen, I would appreciate it, and turn to page 1. Thank you. And if you'd scroll down a little, that would be helpful, please. And down a little farther. And just so that Mr. Whittlesey can see, that's great. Thank you. So, Mr. Whittlesey, you see this report here for the year. It says for the years ended June 30, 2018 and 2017. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Could we please, and you're familiar with these reports, Mr. Whittlesey?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Could we please turn to PDF page 10? Now, looking at this pie chart here, Mr. Whittlesey, it shows the sales of electrical energy in terms of your percentage of revenue being 88 and something percent. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the water sales, which would include, I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, the sales from the Yuba Accord water purchase agreement was only 0.7%. Do you see that?
I see that for these years in question. That is correct. My response to the overall general fund revenue for Yuba Water Agency was a general description of the Accord revenues as compared to the energy revenues over a series of years. If this is for revenues that we received in the the fiscal year from July 1st, 17 to June 30th, 18, that would be a wet water year. 17 was a very wet water year, and I don't believe it included any Accord transfers.
All right. And so can you help me understand the how you're counting your revenues here? This would be money that actually came into you during the year beginning July 1, 2017 and ending July 30, 2018.
That's correct.
And this is not money that was promised, it's money that you actually received?
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, if we could look and scroll up to page 9, please. And if we could zoom in a little bit and down a touch. So in the upper left part of this figure or table, I guess it is, Mr. Whittlesey, you see where it says revenue sales of electrical energy under 2018 and under 2017. Do you see that?
I do.
And the 2018 refers to the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
And 2017 refers to the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2017. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so in the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2017, you're also showing in the second line very little revenue in terms of water sales. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. If we could please pull up exhibit circle 22, Ms. Mullen, and you can take this one down. Thank you. And if you'd scroll down, please, so that we could see the date. There you are. So, Mr. Whittlesey, this is the audited financial statement from the agency for the following year, correct?
Yes.
And if we could now turn to page 10 again. PDF page 10, sorry. I'm looking for the pie chart and it would be, how about, should we try 15? I'm sorry, there you are. And which one was it, just for my edification? All right. So here we have a similar figure to the one we just looked at from the previous year. Do you see that, Mr. Whittlesey?
I do.
Thank you. And here we're showing an increased percentage of water sales as total revenue as compared to electrical sales as compared to the previous year, correct?
Correct.
Right. So could we now pull up exhibit circle 25? And if we'd scroll down again so that we can see the dates. Thank you. So this is the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2022. Do you see that, Mr. Whittlesey?
I do.
All right, and I hope I've got this right this time. If we could now look at the figure at the bottom of PDF page 15. There we go. And we see a similar chart here to the one that we were looking at before. And here, Mr. Whittlesey, your water sales accounted for 39+% of your annual revenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll up, please, Ms. Mullen, to the figure above, just so that we could see that entire figure and perhaps zoom in on it. Great. So in this case, we've seen increased revenues to what we saw as in our first in the first example that we pulled up from 2017. Do you recall that, Mr. Whittlesey?
Yes.
Okay. And so we've got total operating revenues of $128 million, correct?
Correct.
And in 2021, it was somewhat less than that. It was 92 million, correct? Now, the year that ended 2022 included much of water year 2021, correct?
Correct.
And so the water sales that are being reflected in 2022 are are those from the summer and fall of 2021. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
All right, very good. Thank you. So you became general manager of YCWA in July of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've worked for YCWA since 2016, right?
That's correct.
So was the percent of YCWA's revenue generated by water sales in the year ending June 20, 2022, the highest in your tenure at YCWA as far as you can recall?
Yeah, as far as I can recall, I believe that's true.
Okay. And do you happen to recall if the revenue from water sales under the Yuba Accord in the year ending June 30, 2023 were similar or less or about the same? We didn't have one of those that we could pull up. Do you happen to recall?
I don't recall what occurred in what would have been late 22 and for year end June 30th, 2023. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Thank you. Very good. If we could now turn to page 3, we can take this down, Ms. Mullinan. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Whittlesey. And I appreciate the statement that you were averaging and that we saw a range of years. And we saw a range of values over different years. If we could look at Mr. Whittlesey's testimony, that's, I believe, Yuba Water 100, and turn to page 3, please. And if we could look at lines 13 to 15. Now, here, Mr. Whittlesey, you say that Yuba Water is committed to the flows in the lower Yuba River Accord, even if the current petition is not granted. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it says no matter what happens in this hearing, but you can interpret it that way.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Yuba Water has proposed to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, that FERC adopt the Yuba Accord flow schedule for the lower Yuba River slightly modified as the flows required under the pending new hydropower license for Yuba Water's Yuba River Development Project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Now, in specifying the flow regime in Yuba Water's application for its new FERC license, did Yuba Water place a condition on that application that the state water board had to continue to allow the sale of required in-stream flows in the lower Yuba River?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
well, I overruled. I think he's asking the question. Go ahead, Mr. Whittlesey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Schutz, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In your application to FERC for a new license, did you have a caveat or a condition on your proposal that the commission adopt a slightly modified version of the Yuba River Accord in-stream flows?
Yes, there was proposed a slightly modified set of conditions proposed by Yuba Water Agency. Steve Grinnell, our technical expert who will be testifying later, would be best to answer questions as to the purpose of those improvements.
And
However,
Mr. Whittlesey, let me just jump in here. I mean, this is not a proceeding intended to, litigate various aspects of anyone's FERC licenses. I'm understanding that this is probably for the purpose of impeachment. So I'm going to let you keep going, but I don't want to spend a lot of our hearing time on.
I understand. I just want to know if there was a caveat in the application that said something to the effect that if this power purchase agreement is not extended, we will seek to revisit the Yuba Accord flows in our application for our FERC license. Was there such a caveat, Mr. Whittlesey?
It's been years since I actually reviewed our license application, Mr. Schutz. I can't answer that at this time.
Okay. When Yuba Water petition, well, it was then YCWA petitioned the State Water Board to implement the Lower Yuba River Accord in 2007 or thereabouts. The Lower Yuba River Accord flows for the Lower Yuba River were not a FERC requirement, were they?
That's correct.
So now Yuba Water is asking the State Water Board to approve for 25 years an arrangement whereby Yuba Water is allowed to sell a portion of the water that Yuba Water releases to meet minimum in-stream flow requirements for Yuba Water's FERC license, isn't it?
That's correct. The Yuba Accord flows are included in Yuba's modified water rights. I think I cited those in my presentation. But we're asking the state board to approve the extension of the points of diversion and places of use of that water transfer. That's correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Whittlesey, you were for PG&E for more than 10 years, correct?
Yes.
In your time at PG&E or since, have you become aware of any other circumstances in which a FERC licensed hydropower operator is allowed to sell water that it releases as minimum in-stream flows pursuant to its FERC license?
Yeah, I'm not personally aware of one.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, Mr. Whittlesey, am I correct in thinking that when Yuba Water member units make groundwater substitution transfers, then those entities receive the money generated from those transfers?
That's correct.
Protection, vague and ambiguous and compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Whittlesey, is there some kind of split that Yuba Water gets from these groundwater substitution transfers for the administration, technical assistance, accounting, or operational actions that Yuba Water has to make water available for groundwater substitution transfers?
Okay, Mr. Schutz, now I'm going to say in what I expect will be Mr. Becerra's compound question. Sorry, can you just break that up?
Sure. Let's just try to state it as simply as we can, and then if we need to break it up, we can. Does Yuba Water receive some kind of fee or percentage of the revenues from groundwater substitution transfers Period.
There is an administration fee that we receive as part of those transfers.
And is that calculated on a percent basis, or how is that calculated?
It has been modified throughout the years. I think it's best to ask Stephen Grinnell that question.
All right, we'll do that. Could we please pull up exhibit AHO 2002, the draft? It's SEIR, and I believe it's supplemental EIR. And when we get there, I'd like to look at, you see what we're looking at, Mr. Whittlesey, you're familiar with the document?
Yes.
And could we please look at PDF page 210? So, as I understand it, Mr. Whittlesey, am I correct in thinking that this is sort of a history of the Yuba Accord water sales and some of the different aspects of it as it's broken down into categories?
That's correct.
Now, in the right-hand column, for the years 2008 to 2016, the accounting for the Yuba Accord water transfer shows 60,000 acre-feet per year accounted for as environmental water account water, or that is EWA water. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you explain to us why YCWA accounted for that water in that way?
Yeah, there is a provision in the original agreement that identifies the environmental account water. Any more detailed question about the purpose of that should be directed at Stephen Grinnell.
Thank you, and I will ask Mr. Grinnell. And I'm not sure, this might be a question for you, and if it's not, please advise me, and I'll simply ask Mr. Grinnell. But what I'm wondering is, to your knowledge, did DWR do something in particular to cause the water classified here to be classified in the way that it's classified? Was there some action DWR took, or that would account for this accounting?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Sustain. Please try and rephrase that, Mr. Schutz.
I think I'll just go ahead and ask Mr. Grinnell. I think that's probably the appropriate way to do this.
Very good.
Now, looking at the column entitled Environmental Flow, Mr. Whittlesey, do you see that?
I do.
Was this not simply water that YCWA released above the minimum in-stream flow requirement that YCWA had hoped to get paid for, but for operational reasons could not?
Again, I'm going to defer to Mr. Steve Grinnell to answer these questions. These are the Accord accounting is very complex. And if you're going to direct other related questions to Mr. Grinnell, I think it would be more complete to have Mr. Grinnell answer these accounting related questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. And I respect that. It's often not clear who the correct person is to ask these sorts of questions. Thank you very much. That's all I have for this witness. And thank you, Mr. Whittlesey.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Does anyone else from the NGO parties have cross-examination? Ms. Mertz. And can we, for my team, can we flip Ms. Mertz's names on the screen so that her last name comes last?
Thank you. Just adjusting here. Audio test?
Yes, you
Oh, okay.
are loud and clear. And Ms. Mertz, roughly how long do you think your cross-examination will last here?
I think maybe 20 minutes. I'm happy to break before if that's what you're suggesting.
No, that sounds good. Let's see where what we get through, but 20 minutes sounds appropriate, and then we will take a break when you've concluded.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Whittley.
Good morning, Ms. Mertz.
In your testimony, you described the Lower Yuba River Accord, correct?
Generally, yes.
And in your responsibilities as general manager of Yuba County Water Agency, would you agree you know the Accord well?
I have a general knowledge of the Accord.
Thank you. And one component of the Accord is a fisheries agreement, correct?
That is one of the components, correct?
And the fisheries agreement established the River Management Team, or RMT, correct?
The RMT is part of the fisheries agreement, that's correct.
In your own words, can you briefly describe the River Management Team?
It's a group of resource agency folks, Yuba Water Agency folks, NGOs that get together on average monthly basis to talk about the conditions in the Lower Yuba River, monitoring and science that's related to the Lower Yuba River.
Thank you. The RMT manages the River Management Fund, correct?
That's correct.
And the fund is used in part to conduct studies on Lower Yuba River fisheries, correct?
Correct.
This includes evaluating the condition of fisheries on the Lower Yuba, correct?
Correct.
And this includes evaluating conditions of Lower Yuba fall run Chinook salmon, correct?
I honestly don't know the details of the scientific studies of, breaking it out by fall run and spring run, but it's the general conditions of the, salmon on the Lower Yuba River.
Thank you. And this includes steelhead and spring run, correct?
Correct.
In evaluating the condition of Yuba fisheries, the RMT also works to estimate annual escapement of Yuba salmonids, correct?
I believe so.
And escapement, your understanding of escapement is, would you agree that a simple definition of escapement is the amount of adult salmon that return to the Yuba River from the ocean?
That's my understanding of what escapement means in the salmon science world.
Thank you. And escapement on the Lower Yuba is estimated in part through the use of carcass surveys, correct?
I believe that's one of the methods.
And the carcass survey data are used to inform a model that calculates escapement, correct?
I believe that is true.
And carcass survey returns in 2025 were so low that this model could not be reliably run, correct?
I am not certain of that.
Okay, well, can we bring up exhibit FOR-151? No, 51. I think I mislabeled this in my notes here.
That's one of the cross-examination exhibits you sent over. Yes, okay, we will do that, and my team will also make sure that is accessible to the parties on the FTP site.
Thank you. And if we could label it as FOR-051, I mislabeled it in my notes, and I'm not sure how I labeled it in the email that I sent. Okay, so Mr. Whittlesey, are you familiar with this document?
I'm not.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Mullen. Based on the title and the header, would you agree that this is an accurate representation of the agenda from February 4th, 2025 for the River Management Team meeting?
Objection calls for speculation. It assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, we can move on. And Ms. Mullen, you can take this exhibit down. My next question is, so Vaki River Watcher data are also used to inform the ultimate estimate of escapement. Is that your understanding?
It's one of the methods.
In a couple sentences, can you briefly describe Vaki River Watcher?
It's a method to count the fish that run up the fish ladders at De Geer Point Dam.
Thank you. Are final reports produced for the escapement studies that we've been discussing?
Yes.
And who prepares those reports?
Consultants primarily, and it's given to the river management team.
And those reports are prepared annually, correct?
Yes.
Data generated by the RMT are supposed to be publicly available, correct?
Yes.
And there was previously a public website that posted these data, correct?
I believe that's true.
And that website was taken down in recent years, correct?
I know there have been proposed upgrades to the website. I have a general knowledge of that.
But to your knowledge, is it currently accessible by the public?
I'm not certain.
So data generated by the RMT are also related to fish and fish habitat, are also supposed to be shared with all parties of the fisheries agreement, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled. Overruled. Mr. Whittlesey, you can answer the question if you know, or you can testify that you don't know.
I believe that's true.
Can we bring up exhibit FOR-050? I submitted it this morning. And Mr. Whittlesey, just for your reference, this is just the full version of the fisheries agreement. What was submitted on your behalf was excerpted, and I just wanted to bring up the full version, and we can review a passage together to refresh your memory if that's helpful. So just by looking at the top of this document, from what you can see, does this look to you to be the Yuba River Fisheries Agreement as you know it?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to PDF page 20? So I've highlighted a passage here just for basically ease of finding. And I just want to briefly read it. So under studies of fish and fish habitat in the lower Yuba River, the document says all parties to this agreement will disclose and coordinate the development and scoping of any studies regarding or related to fish or fish habitat in the lower Yuba River with the river management team's planning group, and will provide the results of these studies, including all raw data, to all of the other parties, NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Is that a correct reading of that statement?
Yes.
And are you aware that Friends of the River is a party to the fisheries agreement?
I am.
And are you aware that the results of these studies and raw data have never been provided to Friends of the River?
I believe they were provided to everyone that attends the monthly river management team meetings.
So would you say that those data are provided via the SharePoint server that the river management team participants have access to?
I'm not familiar with the specific method of communication, but I do receive email updates of the river management team's monthly meetings, and I see information that is shared amongst the participants in the meetings.
Thank you. And are you aware that there is a SharePoint server set up for the river management team?
I'm not specifically aware of the method of communication. I see emails.
Okay. We'll give this a try. Can you bring up an exhibit I submitted this morning, Ms. Mullen, FOR-052? Mr. Whittlesey, fair enough if you've never seen this website, but I just want to ask you, have you seen this website before?
I have not seen this website before.
Okay, we can pull the exhibit down. Thank you. Mr. Whittlesey, are you aware of anywhere else that one could access final quality controlled data sets of escapement on the lower Yuba River without needing to ask for them?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to quality controlled.
Overruled, but caveat is you need to, Mr. Whittlesey.
I'm aware that participants in the resource management team can receive all the information that is worked on by the resource management team on the ground and those that attend the monthly meetings at the monthly meetings.
Thank you. And are you aware of any ways to access publicly final reports on escapement on the lower Yuba River?
I'm not aware of the methods of communication the resource management team uses. I see email updates on an average monthly basis.
Let me clarify my question. So what I'm asking is, are you aware of publicly accessible places that just a member of the public could go find reports on escapement on the lower Yuba River?
I'm not.
Okay. But Yuba Water Agency has this information, correct?
Well, we work with the resource management team parties to develop this information. We don't do it solely as Yuba Water Agency. That work goes through the resource management team. That's the purpose of the resource management team.
Great. And so through the resource management team, you'd say Yuba Water Agency has access to that information, correct?
Along with all other parties of the resource management team.
So I just have a few more questions, and thank you for your patience. As general manager, you participated in the preparation of the petition for long-term extension of the Yuba Accord transfers, correct?
Correct.
And you also participated in preparation of Yuba Water Agency's case in chief for this hearing, correct?
Correct.
And that included deciding what information was relevant to present in this hearing, correct?
Objection, attorney-client privilege.
Well, repeat your question, please, Ms. Mertz, and then I can rule on.
I'm asking Mr. Whittlesey if he helped advise what information would be relevant to present in this hearing.
Oh, yeah. Sustained.
Great. And so just to clarify, data and reports regarding the current condition of Yuba fisheries were not included in Yuba Water Agency's case in chief for this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
That's the last question I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mertz. Is that the last set of questions from the NGO parties?
I'm trying to see if Mr. Zetlerman joined, but I think it is final.
Okay, good. I have just one brief question for Mr. Whittlesey, and then we will take a break, and then we will turn it back to Mr. Mazzara for redirect. So, Mr. Whittlesey, when Mr. Schutz was questioning you, you can recharacterize as you see fit, but my understanding was that you were not aware of any other FERC licensees who are permitted to sell water that they're required to release by the terms of their licenses. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
That's fair.
Are you aware of any other water rights holders who are able to sell water that they are otherwise required to release as a condition of their water right permits or licenses?
Yeah, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Mr. McClure, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, hearing officer. I believe that you did not grant Yuba's request to prohibit cross on cross, and so I'm inquiring when the appropriate time to ask a few follow-up questions related to testimony provided during Mr. Schutz's cross would be.
No, I'm not going to permit further cross-examination questions from parties who have already conducted cross-examination.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, you know, that yeah, I want to make sure we understand what that ruling does. So to the extent, you know, Mr. Schutz asks a question on cross-examination and Ms. Mertz, who was next in the order, decided to follow up on that, that's perfectly fine. I don't think I'm able to prevent them from doing that. But we're not going to go back around the order in an infinite circle of cross-examination. So hopefully that is clear. With that, let's take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 10:46 and resume with redirect, if any, from Mr. Mazzara and his team. Thank you. All right, it is 10:46 by my time. Madam Reporter, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes.
Very good. All right, Mr. Becerra, I will turn this witness panel back over to you for redirect.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bivens, I have very brief redirect. Mr. Whittlesey, to the best of your knowledge, does Friends of the River regularly attend river management team meetings?
To my knowledge, they do not.
Thank you. Mr. Whittlesey, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Circle, SYRCL 025, please? And can we please go to the pie chart, which I believe was either PDF page 10 or PDF page 15? There. Can we please scroll down to, thank you. And Mr. Whittlesey, do you see the pie chart for the agency's revenues for fiscal year ending June 30, 2022?
I do.
Do you see that water sales were approximately 39% of total revenues?
I do.
Do you know why water sales were so large that year?
Yeah, the water year that this budget or summary represents was a dry water year, and there are significantly more accord transfers during dry years than wet years. So this is a summary of accord water sales that occurred during a dry year.
And in your opinion, is that because there's more need for transfer water in dry years?
There's absolutely more need for transfer water in dry years, and many of the other variables that make Yuba's accord water transferable occur during dry years.
And in this year, electrical energy sales were only approximately 57% of total revenues. Do you have an opinion as to why it was that low of a percentage?
Yeah, I'll refer to my statement about the previous year that this represents being a dry water year, less water available to run through Yuba Water Agency's hydro generators equates to less total megawatt hours of production, therefore less revenue.
So is it fair to say in dry years, the agency's electrical sales are lower generally?
Electrical sales totals of megawatt hour production is definitely lower in dry years.
And in those same years, water transfer revenues are up, correct?
That's correct.
And is the reverse also true? Hydro revenues are higher in wetter years while transfer sales are lower?
That is correct.
That concludes my redirect, Mr. Bivens.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Mr. Whittlesey, Mr. Wallace, and Mr. Arayabe. I believe that concludes panel one. Mr. Schutz, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, am I allowed to do recross on Mr. Becerra's redirect?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. So thank you. I will excuse witness panel, Yuba Water panel number one, and we will proceed to Yuba Water UWR panel two, Mr. Grinnell and Mr. Miller. Mr. McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Just a point of order for moving forward in the proceedings. Are we to understand there will be no recross on redirect moving forward?
No, it depends, but I don't think recross on that very limited redirect is a useful use of our hearing time, so I'm not going to permit it there.
Okay.
So you are free to ask, and I am free to rule.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Do we have Mr. Miller needs to be promoted to panelist? All right. I see Mr. Miller is on my screen. Mr. Miller, if you could come on oh, and there's Mr. Grinnell on camera. That's why I couldn't find you. Okay, I will administer the oath to both of these witnesses, and then I will turn it over to back over to Mr. Becerra and Mr. Soderlund for these witnesses. So, Mr. Grinnell, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Mr. Miller, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra and Mr. Soderlund, I will turn the panel over to you for direct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bivens. Mr. Grinnell, can you please state your name for the record?
Stephen Grinnell.
And what is your profession?
I am a registered professional engineer in the state of California, consulting engineer.
And what has been your professional relationship with Yuba County Water Agency?
For the last 27 years, I have consulted to Yuba Water on a number of their operational aspects.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 200 your written testimony in this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Does Exhibit Yuba Water 201 state your qualifications?
Yes, it does.
Is Exhibit Yuba Water 202 your PowerPoint presentation that summarizes your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Are Exhibits Yuba Water 203 through Yuba Water 227 the exhibits to your testimony?
They are.
And Mr. Bivens, would you like to proceed with Mr. Grinnell's summary, or would you like to bring in DWR's testimony at this point?
Let's bring in DWR's testimony, and then we'll move back to Mr. Grinnell's presentation.
Thank you.
Sounds great. Good morning, Mr. Miller. Could you please state your name for the record?
Aaron Miller.
And what is your position at the California Department of Water Resources, Mr. Miller?
My position at DWR is the State Water Project Water Operations Planning Manager.
Is Exhibit DWR 01 your written testimony for this hearing?
It is.
And are exhibits DWR 02 through DWR 05 the exhibits to your testimony?
They are.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, using Exhibit Yuba Water 202, can you please provide a summary of your testimony?
Yes, if we can have that exhibit. Great. So we go to the next slide, please. Quickly, just background on the Yuba Accord. Mr. Whittlesey already provided some of this, but in 2003, there was a state board order, RD 1644, which provided for new in-stream flows on the lower Yuba River, which led to litigation. And eventually, several parties to that litigation met, and along with resource agencies, met and developed a technical information that resulted in the Yuba Accord. The Accord being 3 agreements: a fisheries agreement, conjunctive use agreement, and a water purchase agreement. And then in 2008, the state board adopted a final order for the new fisheries in-stream flows, along with a long-term transfer order. Next slide, please. So the state board order in 2008 included a number of terms and conditions, limiting the transfer to 200,000 acre feet a year, 20,000 acre feet in the December to June timeframe. And then the rediversion of transfer water was to comply with a number of elements, including all regulatory requirements, current, and then as things change, any future orders or decisions and Bay Delta water quality objectives. There was included reservoir refill accounting. There is a compliance with the Delta water level and water quality response plans, carriage water, and then implementation of mitigation measures that were developed in the Accord EIR. Next slide, please. So I want to spend just a minute on how transfer water is determined and accounted for each year. So a couple of things. First, the figure on the right is the actual accounting or a plot of the accounting for water year 2018. And what this shows is actual flows to the Marysville gauge and then coloring of the various components of flow that have occurred in that year, and some depictions of the various requirements under what we call a baseline or the Accord in-stream flows. So generally the way the accounting works is transfer water is released from the Yuba River, and it's measured as the actual flows that occur at the Marysville gauge by operating to the Accord in-stream flow requirements. And then there's also a target storage if that would be governing the releases of storage from New Bulls Bar, and that target storage was 650,000 acre feet. And that actual flow is then calculated with a baseline, and that baseline is subtracted from the actual flow. This has to occur during balance conditions in the delta, and that's a general way to think about the accounting. Baseline flow is actually the more complicated element to calculate and includes RD 1644 interim in-stream flows, a different target storage, which is 705,000 on September 30th. Then all other water right terms and conditions that as part of D 1644, FERC license conditions. And then the baseline also includes flows that are not specifically attributable to the Yuba Accord operation. Those are termed in the water purchase agreement and accounting uncontrolled flows. And then once transfer water leaves the Yuba River, the Department of Water Resources, in coordination with reclamation, exports the water if possible while complying with all of its regulatory requirements, minus a carriage water amount that the Department of Water Resources, along with reclamation, calculate. Next slide, please. So the accounting and transfer accounting process and planning. First, Yuba Water forecasts its operation and forecasts the resulting transfer flows. That's updated every 1 to 2 weeks, depending upon how volitional the hydrology is. Then there is groundwater substitution planning is done by Yuba's member units, considering basin conditions and other elements. Once the forecasted period is over, the accounting is updated with the actual measured flows and actual measured storage in New Bulls Bar. And that accounting is transmitted to DWR for review. The final accounting is prepared by Yuba using the Delta export data that DWR provides to Yuba. And then that total package is transmitted back to DWR for final review and approval. Next slide, please. So what has happened in the 18 years? It's been a very successful program for providing water transfers. There's been 1.6 million acre feet of water transfer that included about 500,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution. Mr. Arroyo described the mountain drought years, but we did have 2 drought years, specifically 2015, about a little over 70,000 acre feet of water that was delivered. That's after carriage water costs. And in 2021, it was just under 100,000 acre feet of water delivered. Most all of the water transfer provided through operations of the Accord in-stream flows. There have been roughly 389,000 acre feet of the 1.6 million was used as carriage water to maintain water quality in the Delta. And there was a small amount of transferred water delivered to Contra Costa Water District in 2023. And that was the only water that was transferred in that year. Next slide, please. So the other thing that's part of the accounting and part of the 2008 order by the State Board is refill accounting. So refill, that term, talks to the reduced outflow that results from water being stored in the space evacuated from the previous period's transfer releases. Refill during balanced conditions is subject to repayment. In other words, there has to be a subsequent release of water. It's repayment, but with transfer water. So refill of the full 1.1 million acre feet. And one note here is that groundwater substitution is not subject to refill, just the stored water transfer, which is 1.1 million acre feet. And there have been only 3 years of refill during balanced conditions, small amounts in 2010 and 2013. And in 2022, there was a 21,000 acre foot of refill in February, and several weeks later, that was repaid with transfer water. Most of the time, refill occurs during very high flow conditions in the Delta. When you think about it, to fill a reservoir, there has to be significant inflow to that reservoir. If that's happening on the Yuba, generally it's happening throughout the Sacramento Valley. Experience shows that refill accounting rules are effective at addressing the few instances where refill results in lower flows to the Delta downstream during the balanced conditions, and very effective at replaying that. Next slide, please. So the incremental benefits of the Yuba Accord overall increased flows in the low Yuba River in the summer and early fall, providing cooler temperatures. It also provides more water into the Delta in the spring, summer, and early fall of drier years that would have occurred without the Yuba Accord. And that's evidenced by the accounting, because the additional flow that would not have occurred, part of that water is shown as transfer water. Carriage water provides increased Delta outflow. Recent years, carriage water has been as much as 35% of the transfer volume. And then groundwater substitution transfer flows increase summer flows in the lower Yuba River and into the Delta. Next slide, please. So things have changed in the Delta, specifically regulatory constraints since 2008. The Yuba Accord originally included transfer water year-round, but pretty quickly after the order in 2008, starting in 2009, there was a restriction on transfer to be within the transfer window, which was July to September. And then more recently, that window was expanded through the biological opinions to July through November. So except for 2008, no Yuba Accord transfer water has been exported from the Delta in the December through June timeframe. Carriage water requirements have increased. There was thought originally there'd be about 20%. It's now ranging from 25 to 35% in recent years. With greater restrictions on the state federal project water supply, that also means that they have to try to move more of their water in the summertime, which in turn results in little or no capacity for export of Accord transfer water in some years. And then water level response plans have resulted in further limiting the period of transfer water, either at the start of the transfer window or near the end of the transfer window, where the export of transfer water is cut off because of water levels concerns. Next slide, please. There's a substantial environmental review of the Accord. Certainly in 2007, there was an EIR that was unchallenged. More recently, in support of the petition, 2024 supplemental EIR was also unchallenged. That extension was just a continuation of the Yuba Accord transfer program under existing provisions with some additional protective measures. One of the most significant was the inclusion of a streamflow depletion factor in the accounting to address streamflow depletion due to groundwater substitution transfer pumping. Next slide, please. Some of the other information that was submitted as part of support for the petition, there was a request by State Board staff to include information on the change in conditions that have occurred in since 2007, when the 2007 EIR was prepared. We did analysis that was provided with the petition that showed that hydrologic changes in the Bay Delta system, those results showed that the flow regime of the Yuba River itself, analyzed in 2007, and the flow regime analyzed in 2004 were very similar. For results for the Feather River, Sacramento River, and the Delta, the results showed that the hydrologic flow regime was very consistent between those 2 years, and that changes that we saw between those years were due to the biological opinions, greater restrictions, in the delta on exports and the inclusion of a fall delta outflow requirement. All that generally resulted in changes that have reduced the export of transfer water, but do not invalidate the conclusions of the 2007 EIR, as there was an expectation that there would be changes to the regulatory regime of the delta throughout the life of the accord and the transfer program. Next slide, please. So with approval of the accord extension petition, the in-stream flows that you record are already incorporated into the Yuba's water rights, so there would be no change with the was proposed for the extension. Approval would mean that transfer water would continue to be made available to water users west and south of the delta. Yuba Water continue to release stored water to support the summertime transfer flows in the wetter years to the target storage. Groundwater substitution releases would occur in the summertime, and transfer water would not be exported during outside of the transfer window, but would be backed up, and that generally occurs in the April, May, and June timeframe. And then DWR water level response plans would be required or continue to be required to be met in order to export transfer water, and carriage water volumes would continue to be required. Next slide, please. So if the extension petition is not approved, so the graphic, just to start out with that, shows the accounting, the actual accounting, again, a plot for flows measured at Marysville gauge with color coding for the various components of water. And that's for 2014. So that's the actual operations. And I will point out in that figure that the dark blue is a groundwater substitution, and there's a little bit of different coloring on top of that, the dark blue in the center of the figure. Those are transfers by other parties, the member units that Yuba has facilitated. And then the green hatched area is transfer water, and then the dark blue line that closely follows the top of that is the accord flow requirement in that year. So if the extension petition is not approved, Yuba would likely not release water to meet this target storage. That's a discretionary action. And groundwater substitution transfers would not occur. And so with both of those, less flow in the Yuba River would occur in the summertime, especially in drier years. Groundwater substitutions are generally done in the drier years. Transfer flows generated by the Yuba Accord in-stream flow requirements would still be exported by DWR, because those would just be that flow water still flowing to the delta, but it would be exported by the projects as project supplies rather than transferred. Some of the springtime water that would have been backed up could be directly exported. Because it's not transfer water, it's not limited to the biologic opinions transfer window. And if it's project water, if they are able to export a flow into the delta during any time of the year, they will do that. The water level response plans would not apply to any of this water unless the projects under their own water supply operations were operating to joint point requirements, which is the area where water level response plans are required. And there would not be a specific carriage water requirement or requirements to maintain baseline conditions, in other words, conditions without transfer. And instead, the projects would just operate governed by D1641 and the biological opinions. And as I had said before, there would be no refill accounting when, again, Yuba makes some of the transfer water available by operating to in-stream flows. There would be no refill associated with this.
Mr. Goodell, just real quick, Mr. Goodell, before you move on, that 650,000 acre foot end of September storage target, where does that come from?
That was part of the planning of the Accord. So we needed, in the fisheries agreement, the 650,000 kind of serves two purposes. One is that it provides, when Yuba is not operating to the in-stream flows in generally wetter years, it provides a 55,000 acre foot summertime transfer release But then also in the fisheries agreement, on the other side of things, it establishes a level at which Yuba would not bring storage below to do additional transfers without a lot of other requirements that are embodied in the fisheries agreement. So it really serves two functions.
So is the storage the end of September storage target, is that specifically included in the fisheries agreement?
It's included as a part of the operations to demonstrate whether or not Yuba is providing more transfer water by taking storage down below that level but where that water is not required to be released for in-stream flows. So it's a demonstration. Essentially what it is, it's a level at which if you were to release additional stored water below that level, that would come under some additional rules and requirements for perfecting that storage, stored water transfer in those years. So it is part of the fisheries agreement, but it's part of the fisheries agreement for going below, but Yuba is not required to go down to that level, I guess is the best way to clarify it.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Grinnell. Please proceed.
Yep. Let's see. I think we're on to the next slide. Yeah, I think this is my last one. So the other thing that was asked of us was to demonstrate what the effect of Yuba's proposed Healthy Rivers and Landscape flow proposal would do affecting the Accord. Now, the Yuba's, and I'll use HRL for short, proposal was specifically designed not to have a significant impact on Accord operations. And so one of those is, one of the things in the 2008 order was an expectation or percent occurrence of various flow schedules. Now, flow schedule 1 is the highest flow schedule with the higher flows, and schedule 6, 7, the conference year, are the lowest flows. So the intent was to provide as much of the higher flow schedules as possible. So the left column where it says WRO 2008-14, that was the expected occurrence back when the order was promulgated. For the proposed extension, we recalculated that using some modeling and show that there's slightly better occurrence under new modeling for schedules 1 primarily. And then with the extension and an HRL operation, which does require additional storage releases, there is not a significant change to the overall occurrence of Accord flows. And next slide, please. I believe that should be it. Just conclusions. So the Yuba Accord Transfer Program is a component of the Yuba Accord. The transfers provided water supply and environmental benefits for the last 18 years. The transfers are heavily conditioned by not only mitigation measures coming out of the environmental documents, but also state board orders, and the extension proposes additional conditions. And the Accord certainly has been a proven valuable resource for the state in time of drought, both for water supply and from an environmental perspective. I believe that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Grinnell. Mr. Sutherland, let's move to Mr. Miller's presentation of his direct written testimony, please.
Great. Mr. Miller, feel free to summarize your testimony at this time. Thank you.
All right. Well, good morning again. My name is Aaron Miller. I work for DWR, where I serve as the State Water Project Water Operations Planning Manager. In this role, I manage a team of engineers responsible for water operations planning activities, including determining available export capacity for transfers like the Yuba transfer. In addition, the team performs modeling and analyses for the water quality and water level response plans, which are required for transfers that use state water project facilities. The purpose of my testimony is to explain that the export of Yuba transfer water has been and will continue to be facilitated within DWR's existing water rights and permits and regulatory requirements, which, as I understand, have been developed to meet legal standards for the protection of water users and the prevention of unreasonable harm to protected fish species. Under Water Code Section 1810, DWR must make unused diversion capacity available to other water users for the conveyance of transfer water. That said, transfer water can only be conveyed through the State Water Project facilities when DWR's regulatory obligations and permit requirements are being met. This means, for example, that the Yuba transfer water is exported only when there's available capacity under DWR's regulatory and permit requirements. Carriage water is applied to Yuba transfers to prevent degradation of water quality. Yuba transfer is exported only during the transfer window, which is now July through November, and is included in the 600,000 acre-foot yearly limit for transfers. And Yuba transfer is exported consistent with the D1641 water level and water quality response plans. DWR has been exporting Yuba transfer water since 2007. From that experience, I make the following conclusions. First, the rediversion of Yuba transfer water can be accomplished within our changing regulatory requirements. And DWR and Yuba Water Agency have demonstrated that we can coordinate our respective operations to ensure compliance with all regulatory requirements. Second, the rediversion of Yuba transfer water does not negatively impact DWR's ability to comply with its regulatory obligations. To the extent there have been exceedances of water quality objectives, they have been beyond the control of State Water Project operations and are not related to the export of Yuba transfer water. Third, DWR has faithfully complied with the water level and water quality response plans when exporting Yuba transfer water, and will continue to do so into the future. In conclusion, DWR has been able to redivert Yuba transfer water in compliance with its permits and regulatory obligations. And if the petition is approved, DWR will continue to transport Yuba water in compliance with all requirements, including any modifications that may occur in the future. And that concludes my summary testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. With that, let's move to cross-examination. Does Nevada Irrigation District have cross-examination for this panel?
Thank you, hearing officer. Is it our discretion which witness we start with?
You can start with either of them or question them as a panel. Whatever you want to do on cross here is just fine with me.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with some questions for Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, has DWR calculated the quantity of water that it is able to divert because Yuba's Accord transfer program exists, that it would not otherwise have been unable to divert?
Can you clarify?
Sure, and I'd be happy to. Let me start with a preliminary question, which I think will help provide some context.
Okay.
Are you aware that Yuba has taken the position in this case that if the Accord transfers were prohibited or limited, the CVP and State Water Project would likely just export the relevant water without carriage water terms? Meaning, it's my understanding that Yuba is saying if the Accord is not approved, DWR would just divert the water anyway. Is that your understanding?
Objection, misstated this morning.
Okay, well, I don't know whether it misstates testimony or not. Mr. McClure, just try the first part of that question again without adding on the meaning, because whatever came after the word meeting, because I had a hard time following that, but I think
Okay.
I understand where you're going.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, I'm asking your understanding of Yuba's position in this case. And I'm actually reading from Yuba's opening brief, and I want to ask you whether your understanding is consistent with Yuba's. Yuba is saying that if accord transfers were prohibited or limited, the CVP and State Water Project likely would just export the relevant water without carriage water terms to protect Delta water quality. Do you agree with that statement?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
So, well, we explicitly calculate carriage water for transfers. Absent transfers, carriage water still exists. We just don't happen to calculate it.
My question didn't pertain to the carriage water part of the question. It specifically pertained to the quantity of water that DWR would divert under conditions where the accord is approved and when the accord is not approved. Would the amount of water be the same that DWR diverts or not?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
I frankly couldn't follow that. Let me see if I can short circuit this, Mr. McClure. Mr. Miller, and answer to the extent you know, but if Yuba Water's proposed extension of the long-term transfer is not approved, is it DWR's position that it would be able to divert and potentially export the water that Yuba Water releases to meet minimum in-stream flow requirements?
I think if we're talking about accord flows coming out on top of D1644, those would go to meet in basin uses, which could reduce our obligations for meeting Delta requirements.
Okay, Mr. McClure, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarification. At this time, can we bring up Mr. Grinnell's testimony, which is Exhibit Yuba Water 200, and specifically paragraph 102, which is PDF page 25. Yeah, actually, thank you. I'll start with 101. And Mr. Miller, the provision that I wanted to direct your attention to starts in the second sentence of paragraph 101. If you would just take a minute to read that second sentence, please. Have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, you just want me to review one sentence, or?
Well, do as much as you need to provide context, please.
Okay. Oh, okay, I think I've read it.
And is it DWR's position in this case that the accord transfer water is important to its operations?
Is accord water important to our operations?
Yes.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to operations.
Yeah, I'll say, and I'd also add objection to vague for important.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection is too important.
Okay. Do you agree with the second sentence of paragraph 101 that if the petition is not approved, the full amount of transfer water entering the Delta would be available to the CVP and State Water Project to export without transfer-related carriage water provisions?
Yeah, I guess there would not be any explicit carriage water provisions associated with that water.
And the same amount of water would be available for export regardless of whether this petition is approved or not. Is that your testimony?
The same amount of water would be available for export?
Correct.
It's hard to say, but yeah, I mean, I haven't quite looked at it. I'll be honest. I'll be quite frank. I'm always honest, but I'll be frank about it.
Okay, let's go to some questions for Mr. Grinnell. Mr. Grinnell, your testimony states that you're a technical expert and advisor for the Yuba Accord, and you participated in its implementation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we can take down this exhibit for now. Thank you. And do you intend to continue to assist Yuba in implementing any extension of the Accord transfer program?
I do.
And in your testimony, you state that the Accord transfers are limited to 200,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also provided exhibit Yuba 214, which depicts the quantity of transfer water that has actually been transferred during the history of the program, correct?
That's correct.
And if we can pull up Yuba 214 at this time. Thank you. And Mr. Grinnell, as we look at this exhibit, Yuba has not actually transferred the full 200,000 acre feet in a year, correct?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that Yuba is willing to transfer up to 200,000 acre feet per year?
I don't know that what the term willing means. What I would say is that Yuba, as I've described, operates to the Accord in-stream flows and or target storage of 650 and supports groundwater substitution transfers. And as you can see in that table, that results in a wide variety of volumes, anywhere from 0 to I think that the largest there is 180,000 acre feet. So it's really the accounting that determines how much transfer water is going to be exported, along with DWR's operation. So Yuba is not the sole entity that is in control of how much water is eventually transferred.
And Mr. Grinnell, we had just looked at exhibit 200, which was your testimony. We can bring that up, but it sounds to me that one of the limiting factors is DWR operations on the quantity of transfer water Yuba is able to move in any year.
That's correct.
What are the other limiting factors as to why Yuba has not transferred the full 200,000 acre feet in any of the years the Accord has been in effect?
There are many, and you have to understand that the 200,000 was an upper limit that was, I believe, put in the petition originally for the Accord, but that is not an aspirational number with regard to operation of the project each year. Yuba, as I said, operates to its requirements for in-stream flows and all the regulatory requirements, along with its water supply operations. And that will generate a certain amount of transfer water once a baseline is calculated, and then once DWR has determined how much water they can and end up exporting. If that number ever got to 200,000 or above, it would be capped at 200,000.
Is one of the limiting factors the amount of surface water Yuba has available to it? One of the factors limiting the total transfer quantity?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to available to it.
Overruled. Mr. Cornell can caveat if he needs to.
I would say that that's not a very good characterization, because the easiest way to describe that is that you'll note in that table, if you know what the drier years are, for instance, 2009 was moderately dry, 2008 was moderately dry, 2021 was quite dry, and you'll note that those transfer values are higher than a lot of the wetter years. But those years are years when natural flow is lower. What's making that volume is that the Yuba Accord specifically was designed to support fisheries in the lower Yuba River, especially in dry years and especially for summertime temperatures. And so the Accord provided substantially greater releases for in-stream flow in those drier years compared to RD 1644 interim. And that is what drives the larger amounts of transfer water in the drier years. It was specifically designed to put a lot more water into the system in the drier times.
No, I thank you.
Oh, hang on. He gets to finish his answer.
And so that is the driving force. It is really not the availability of specifically inflow to the Yuba River Development Project system area.
In those drier years, if the inflows into New Bullards Bar Reservoir were higher, would Yuba be able to transfer more water in those years, generally speaking?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to inflows.
Overruled.
Let me answer it this way. The Yuba Accord transfer is specifically accounted for by accounting the operations to the Accord. When there is more inflow, natural inflow or uncontrolled flows, and the accounting actually describes this quite in detail. If there is an additional increment of uncontrolled flow, then that will not increase the transfer. And actually, in some accounting years, could decrease the transfer. And it's very technically detailed, but I could go into the details of how that happens. But if there is additional increments of uncontrolled flow in the drier years, that would result in either no change in the transfer volume or could potentially result in less transfer volume, because those flows go to the baseline. If you increase the baseline, you reduce the transfer.
Let's talk a little bit about the baseline conditions. You testified that, and I'll just, this is at page 6, lines 8 through 10 of your testimony, which is exhibit Yuba 200. We can go, it would make sense to bring up, thank you. Let's go to page 6, lines 8 through 10. Are we on? Oh, my screen froze here. I'm not seeing the exhibit. Are we on page 6?
We are on my screen, Mr.
Okay, all right. Your testimony is that while there are maximum allowable Yuba Accord transfer amounts each year, The availability of Accord transfer water in any given year is calculated according to the agreed upon accounting principles. Is that right?
Yes, hang on one second. Mr. McClure, do you mean PDF page 6 of Yuba Water 200, or is there a difference between the internal pagination?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Yeah, let's go down, please, Ms. Mullen. And you wanted lines 8 through 9.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and that
I'm sorry, my notes referred to the pages of the testimony.
that's okay. Please just let Ms. Mullen know when you're moving.
Okay, thank you. Is that accurate, Mr. Grinnell?
Yeah, we're gonna have to, could you?
Sure, it's lines 8 through 10.
Yeah, that's correct. It's the availability of transfer water any given year is calculated according to agreed accounting principles. That's correct. Yeah.
And then if we go to Mr. Grinnell's testimony at page 7, it's paragraph 32, lines 19 through 21. The Yuba Accord Water Purchase Agreement, parentheses, Exhibit 1, scheduling and accounting principles, details all the conditions that make up the calculation of the baseline. That's correct.
That's correct.
If we can go to Yuba Water 206, please. Thank you. And it's PDF page 5. And Mr. Grinnell, you're aware that Yuba has provided some proposed permit terms and conditions in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that one of those is proposed condition 20, and that says that only released transfer water as defined in Exhibit 1, the scheduling and accounting principles, to Exhibit YCWA-11A as submitted during the State Water Board's 2007 hearing that led to corrected water right 2008-14 may be transferred through the points of rediversion authorized by this order. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And just to be clear, the scheduling and accounting principles referred to in that proposed condition are the principles that we're reviewing in front of us right now, correct? Okay, thank you. And the condition refers to released transfer water, and this document includes a definition of released transfer water, correct?
That's correct.
And that means the average daily flows measured at the Marysville gauge that are greater than baseline flows.
Correct.
If we can go back to page 4, please, of this exhibit. Thank you. There's a definition of baseline flows at the top. I think it's on one page up. Sorry. Thank you. Baseline flows means the flows that would have been present at the Marysville gauge under Decision 1644, interim in-stream flow requirements, and all other baseline conditions without implementation of the Yuba River Accord. And then just above that is a definition of baseline conditions. And that means the conditions deemed under this exhibit to represent the conditions that would have occurred without implementation of this agreement or the fisheries agreement. Baseline conditions define the without transfer conditions and would result in baseline flows. Mr. Grinnell, is it fair to say that released transfer flows means the average flows measured at the Marysville gauge that are greater than baseline conditions?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to average.
Oh.
Well, we use mean daily flows as part of the calculation at the Marysville gauge. And as I described in my summary, a simplified way to describe it is that the released transfer water is the flows that occur at the Marysville gauge minus the baseline flow.
Let's look at the definition, the more extensive definition of baseline conditions that is included in this document, which starts at PDF page 5. It's section 2 there at the bottom. Mr. Grinnell, is it fair to say this is these categories that we will walk through in the baseline conditions paragraph? When the definition of baseline conditions referred to as defined in this exhibit, these are the baseline conditions that were referred to in that definition?
That's correct.
And this provides various categories of the baseline conditions, starting with section 2.1, regulatory in-stream flow requirements. Decision 1644, interim in-stream flow requirements. Is it your understanding that those flow requirements apply to Yuba Water Agency?
Decision 1644, interim in-stream flow requirements, no longer apply to Yuba. They were superseded under the state board order for the accord.
The decision 1644 interim in-stream flow requirements form a part of the definition of baseline conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that those conditions apply exclusively to Yuba Water Agency?
Again, they are used to calculate a baseline, but they are not currently acting they're not applying to Yuba Water. Those flows in decision 1644 were replaced by the accord in-stream flows.
I appreciate that clarification. Your point is they may be included in the definition of baseline conditions, but Yuba is not obligated to operate to 1644 in-stream flow requirements.
That's correct.
And all I'm trying to do with this series of questions, Mr. Grinnell, is make sure we have a joint understanding of the definition of baseline conditions.
Okay.
Is it your understanding that decision 1644 interim in-stream flow requirements ever applied to Nevada Irrigation District?
I believe they have never been applied to Nevada Irrigation District.
And section 2.1.2, FERC license 2246. Is it your understanding that's the Yuba River Development Project?
Yes, that's the FERC license 2246 is for the YRDP, Yuba River Development Project.
And so when we talk about baseline conditions for purposes of calculating transfer water, and the FERC license 2246 in-stream flow requirement of 400 CFS at the Marysville gauge, that applies exclusively to Yuba Water Agency, correct?
That's correct.
Section 2.13, flow reduction restrictions required by FERC license 2246. Is it your understanding those license requirements would not apply to Nevada Irrigation District?
That's correct.
And then the flow fluctuation restrictions in this 2005 FERC order modifying and approving amendment of license, those modifications or amendments would apply exclusively to Yuba Water Agency, correct?
That's correct.
Based on section 2.1 and the conditions that we just reviewed, no in-stream flow requirements that may be applicable to Nevada Irrigation District are included in those baseline conditions. Isn't that right?
Objection, beyond the scope of the hearing. I can explain.
Go ahead, Mr. Becerra. If you can explain it, I'll give Mr. McClure an opportunity to respond.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and explain, Mr. Becerra, your objection, and then I will give Mr. McClure an opportunity to respond, and then I will rule.
The hearing officer's June 6, 2025 ruling on Yuba's motions to cancel protests states at the bottom of page 6, there appears to be no dispute that Yuba Water's proposed approval terms would prohibit the transfer of any water FERC may require NID to release. NID has attempted to make this point in their protests, in their arguments about the protests, in the testimony that the hearing officer has excluded. This line of cross has now reached the point it's beyond the scope of the hearing.
Mr. McClure.
Mr. Grinnell has just affirmed it's his understanding in his testimony that proposed condition 20, which refers to the released transfer water, would be the governing condition applicable to proposed by Yuba to be approved by the State Water Board. What I'm attempting to elicit through Mr. Grinnell is that the definition of released transfer water set forth in the referenced exhibit does not include NID water, and that accordingly, Yuba, if its proposed condition is approved, would be authorized to transfer NID water.
Okay, I'm going to let you continue along this line, Mr. McClure. Mr. Becerra, there seems to be, just based on what I've heard from Mr. Grinnell so far, some daylight between Yuba Water's position as to what proposed term 20 does and does not allow, and the way Mr. Grinnell is reading section 2.1 of this exhibit. So I'm going to allow that to continue, and I guess you should give some thought to what you want to do about what I'm perceiving as some daylight between those positions. Go ahead, Mr. McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens.
Mr. Grinnell, turning to section 2.2, this describes, again, operational agreements that form part of the baseline conditions against which released transfer water is measured, correct?
Well, the baseline goes for determination, goes for several pages. So I wouldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Grinnell. Yes or no?
Could you please ask the question again?
This operational agreement refers to a PG&E power contract. To your knowledge, is that a contract that Nevada Irrigation District is a party to?
They are not a party to that agreement.
Let's go to section 2.3, water supply agreements. These water supply agreements articulate Yuba Water Agency obligations to meet certain water supply contracts to its member entities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nevada Irrigation District is not a member agency of Yuba Water Agency, correct?
That's correct.
Yuba Water Agency does not supply water to Nevada Irrigation District, correct?
That's correct.
So this water supply agreement baseline condition would not contemplate Nevada Irrigation District, correct?
That's correct.
We could turn to in section 2.4, the baseline storage target line. These refer to Yuba's operations of New Bullards Bar Reservoir, correct?
That's correct.
That's a facility owned and operated by Yuba Water Agency.
That's correct.
To your knowledge, does Nevada Irrigation District have any authority to dictate the storage targets in New Bullards Bar Reservoir?
No, they do not.
Based on what we just reviewed in section 2 of these baseline conditions as defined do not contemplate any flows released by Nevada Irrigation District upstream of Yuba's facilities, correct?
That's not correct. If you'll go to the definitions again, I think
Mr. Grinnell, thank you. I'm actually asking the questions here, and the question was, based on what we've just reviewed, do any of these categories contemplate Nevada Irrigation District releases?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to categories.
Sections 2. I'm sorry, it's hard.
Hang on. Sustained, Mr. McClure, just go ahead and clarify.
Thank you. In response to Mr. Becerra's objection?
No. Yep, Mr. Bezerra's objection is sustained, is the vagueness objection. Just
Okay, thank you.
categories, just clarify the category. Please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grinnell, the categories I was referring to were sections 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4 in this Schedule 1, which Yuba would incorporate as the scheduling and accounting principles under proposed condition 20. Do any of those categories specifically identify NID releases as forming part of the baseline conditions?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Those specific limited portions of baseline descriptions do not include identifying of any flows from upstream released by NID, if that's the question you're answering.
Thank you. And who's ever running this exhibit, can we go back to page 1, please? I'm sorry, I don't mean to refer disrespectfully. I don't know who's in charge of the.
It's Ms. Mullen.
Ms. Mullins, thank you. Thank you.
I know she will not be offended.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grinnell, this document is dated, this document, which is the agreement for long-term purchase, is dated 2007, correct?
Yes.
And the scheduling and accounting principles, which we were just referring to, are exhibit 1 to this document, right?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that the scheduling and accounting principles were also approved and adopted in 2007?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Yuba is not proposing any changes to this document to be incorporated in the proposed condition 20, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as the document.
Overruled.
There, as I said in my summary presentation, in my testimony, there are a couple of specific changes that are being made to the accounting principles that DWR has requested, which further restricts transfer water. And Yuba has proposed and is incorporating a streamflow depletion factor in the accounting. So those elements would be added to this accounting, the exhibit 1.
Can we go back to exhibit AHO10, please? And it's the proposed terms and conditions, which are at PDF page 11. And thank you. And I'm focused on condition 20. Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, is it your understanding these are the proposed terms and conditions that Yuba would have the State Water Board approve if it approves the Accord transfer petition?
That's my general understanding, yes.
And the definition of release transfer water refers to the exhibit 1 we were just looking at, right?
That's correct.
There are no proposed revisions contemplated by this condition to that document, are there?
Not within this item 20, no.
Can we please go back to exhibit 206? And it's PDF page 7. And specifically section 3.2. This is take a minute to review this paragraph, please, Mr. Grinnell.
Okay.
So I'll summarize here and you tell me if I've got this wrong, but it says there may be periods when conditions will not allow for the use of the accounting procedures listed in the categories of operations to determine baseline flows. In that circumstance, technical representatives will work together to attempt to resolve the transfer accounting for such periods. NID would not be one of the technical representatives included in resolving any complexities regarding transfer accounting, correct?
That's correct.
NID was not a party to the agreement that incorporated these scheduling and accounting principles, right?
That's correct.
Please turn to section 10, which is PDF page 20. Thank you. And this contemplates the accounting for accord transfers. And I believe you, in summarizing your testimony, you mentioned that you prepare a draft accounting and submit that to DWR for review and approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
NID is not a party that receives that draft accounting, correct?
That's correct.
Does the State Water Board receive a draft of that accounting?
They do not receive drafts.
So there's no ability for Nevada Irrigation District or the State Water Board to review these draft accountings to determine what water was included as release transfer water, correct?
Drafts, as I said, drafts are not provided except between the parties.
And we agreed that this document was created in 2007, right?
Yes.
And that Yuba is not proposing any changes to this document for the 25 years going forward, correct?
Well, to be factually correct, Yuba has been working on drafts that, as I said, do include revisions to the accounting. That, again, as I said, that DWR has requested, and that Yuba has proposed specifically for a stream flow depletion factor.
Those would not contemplate revisions to the definition of baseline condition, right?
That's correct.
And are you aware that you're generally familiar with the hydrology on the Yuba River, correct?
Yes, I am.
You're aware that NID operates the Yuba Bear project upstream of Yuba's facilities in the Yuba River watershed?
Yes.
You're aware that's a FERC licensed hydroelectric project?
Yes.
Are you aware that that project is currently undergoing relicensing proceedings?
Yes.
This time?
I am.
And you're familiar to some degree with Yuba's own relicensing proceedings, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that through those relicensing proceedings, FERC can impose in-stream flow requirements on Yuba?
I am aware of that.
And are you generally aware that FERC can also impose in-stream flow requirements on NID?
Yes.
And are you aware that in these relicensing proceedings, the in-stream flow requirements applicable to NID are likely to increase in the Yuba River watershed?
I'm generally aware of that.
And isn't it true that Yuba has in fact demanded that NID make additional releases to the Yuba River watershed?
I would not characterize it as demanded.
I sent the hearing officer a cross-examination exhibit. We can pull that up now. Mr. Bivens, do we have that exhibit?
I have no idea. I haven't personally seen it yet.
Oh, here we go.
I have not been looking. So here's something. I do want to be clear. I'm not going to let this hearing be used to get into a back and forth about who's asked for what, for which water agency.
I'm cognizant of that. I don't want to violate the hearing officer's rulings. I'm well aware of that. I'm well aware I have a sanctions motion that is pending against my client. I've just asked the witness a question. I think I can use this for impeachment purposes. The point of this line of questioning is to demonstrate that Yuba is seeking, if I may just make sort of an offer of proof here to make sure that I'm not outside the scope of the proceeding. The line of this questioning is intended to demonstrate that Yuba is demanding NID make additional releases and has no provision for accounting for those additional releases under its proposed scheduling and accounting principles, that would have environmental protection issues as well as injury to upstream legal users of water.
So I don't care what Yuba has asked FERC with respect to NID's relicensing process. If you want to get at the second part about the lack of an accounting provision or the perceived lack of an accounting provision for any types of regulatory flows that may or may not be required, you should ask Mr. Grinnell about that.
Okay.
But I'm going to do this exhibit.
I appreciate that. And I think I was trying to lay a little bit of excessive foundation. But in that regard, and I will take 2 minutes with this.
No, we don't need this exhibit. We're going to take this exhibit down. It's not going to be admitted. If you want to ask Mr. Grinnell, and frankly, this could go a lot faster. Ask Mr. Grinnell what, in fact, you know what? I'll ask Mr. Grinnell. Mr. Grinnell, what term or condition of Yuba Water's petition would prohibit Yuba Water from storing and subsequently transferring flows that may be required to be released from an upstream project?
There are specific provisions in the accounting. There is a term called total uncontrolled flow that was actually on the screen a bit ago. I will read that to you. It's total uncontrolled flow means the total amount of flow entering Engelbart Reservoir other than from releases from new Colgate Powerhouse, plus flows from Deer Creek and Dry Creek in the lower Yuba River downstream of Engelbart Reservoir. Total uncontrolled flows are part of the calculation for baseline conditions.
Okay, Mr. Grinnell, are there any other terms, conditions, or definitions that would limit Yuba Water's ability to store and subsequently transfer flows released from upstream facilities other than the one you just described?
Well, I'd have to glean through it, but that is the overriding controlling element because it encompasses everything that flows into the system. Because remember, there's definitions as well, but I mean the baseline description is several pages long. But that is the kind of the central piece that captures anything from the upstream projects. Those are not controlled by Yuba, so they are as defined. They are flows specifically coming in, right? Just so to orient you, releases by NID occur both on the Middle Yuba River and the South Yuba River. And so they are uncontrolled flows. They do enter Engelbart Reservoir, and they are counted for under the baseline. The baseline, now let me go one step further.
Well, hang on 1 second. Let me stop there and turn this back over to Mr. McClure. Mr. McClure, Mr. Grinnell has identified some specific language that he thinks addresses your client's concern. So if you'd like to follow up on that, I will turn this back over to you.
Thank you.
And real quick, then, Mr. Becerra, to the extent you want to elicit more of whatever Mr. Grinnell was going to continue on with there on redirect, I am, of course, going to allow you to do that. All right, Mr. McClure.
Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, you're familiar with Yuba's facilities and operations, correct?
I am.
And you're aware that Yuba has the ability to divert releases from the Middle Yuba River at the Our House diversion facility into New Bullards Bar Reservoir?
Yes.
And that could include releases of NID water down the Middle Yuba River?
That's correct.
And let me ask this. Does Yuba Water do you, as your technical expertise and one of the primary architects of the Yuba Accord program, do you oppose a condition that expressly prohibits Yuba, in plain English, from selling or transferring NID releases made to meet regulatory requirements or environmental benefits?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to the proposed condition, calls for speculation.
Yeah, sustained.
On what grounds?
On all of them, and also relevance. Mr. Grinnell's personal position is, I don't think, relevant to this issue.
Mr. Grinnell, the Yuba Accord project operates to certain end of September storage targets, correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of any condition of the Accord program that would prohibit Yuba from using NID releases to meet end of September storage targets?
I'm not aware. No.
Are the end of September storage targets an important part of the Accord transfer program?
It's a component, yes.
Does Yuba Water Agency currently track NID releases from the middle Yuba River or South Yuba River?
For transfer purposes, no.
And when the scheduling and accounting principles were developed in 2007, let me rephrase. Is it your understanding that the regulatory environment during the, I'll clarify I'm already anticipating the objection from Mr. Becerra. Are you aware of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
I generally, yes, generally.
And generally speaking, are you aware that that program contemplates a program of what are called uncontrolled, unimpaired flows?
Generally, yes.
And generally speaking, that would require water users to not divert or store certain quantities of water, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that program did not exist in 2007, correct?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to program.
Overruled.
I believe, well, my knowledge is that the unimpaired flow concept really came into being about 2010 with the flow criteria report. So it was not in 2007.
Based on your familiarity with the scheduling and accounting principles we've just reviewed, they do not specifically contemplate unimpaired flow from upstream sources, right?
They do not specifically contemplate that, no.
Yuba Water Agency currently does not track any NID releases from the middle Yuba River or South Yuba River, right?
That's for these purposes, no, they do not.
Does it have the ability, does Yuba have the ability to account for NID releases from the middle Yuba River or South Yuba River?
I don't quite understand what you mean by account again. So just knowing, Yuba certainly has access to publicly available gauge information where there are gauging stations at those below those facilities.
Thank you. That actually leads to my next question, which is, could Yuba Water Agency begin to track NID releases made for regulatory requirements in the South Yuba River and Middle Yuba River?
What Yuba would have available to it, which would be the regulatory requirements in any order or FERC license, and it would have the publicly available gauge information. However, it would not have available to what would have otherwise been released without those requirements.
I'm sorry to paraphrase, it does not have the ability to track those releases, NIDs releases into Middle and South Yuba River, but it could do so in the future. Is that fair to say?
Again, you would have publicly available information about NID's regulatory requirements, and it would have public information available at the published gauging stations. That's the information it would have available to it.
I think we're about ready for a lunch. I would like 5 minutes to review my notes, hearing officer, if that's acceptable.
You'd like so you'd like 5 minutes to review your notes to what, determine if you have any more questions on
That's
topic
correct.
information?
Yes. I'm anticipating I'll be prohibited from asking any further questions, so I want to make sure I'm asked, got it out of my system.
I think that's fair. Let's take 5 minutes. You may get recross on this one. I expect Mr. Becerra's redirect is going to be a little bit more expansive, but I'll get to that when I get to that. Let's take 5 minutes, take a look at your notes. We'll come back and then we'll shorten our lunch break by 5 minutes to account for this. All
Okay.
right. We will be back on the record at 12:17.
Thank you.
All right, is our court reporter ready to go back on the record for what I suspect is a fairly brief period of time?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Mr. McClure, do you have further cross-examination questions?
I do, just a few questions, and thank you to everybody for your indulgence in that. I'll try and make this quick. I don't see Mr. Grinnell's here. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back on. Mr. Grinnell, your testimony describes refill accounting associated with refilling storage vacated as a result of the transfer. Are you familiar with that portion of your testimony?
Yes.
And basically that means when Yuba Water Agency transfers water, that creates a hole in the reservoir that has to be refilled. Is that fair characterization?
I think that's a little bit too generalized. The refill, and I want to be technically correct here, the refill that's tracked is the portion of evacuated storage released to meet, as I said before, the Accord in-stream flows or target storage of 650 end of September that has been identified as transfer water in the accounting and exported by DWR.
Is Yuba proposing any term or condition in this proceeding that would preclude Yuba from using NID releases from upstream sources to meet refill requirements?
Yes, but Yuba would not be using anything as a release from NID specifically to meet its refill requirements if there is an impact, because refill repayment is of transfer water, and transfer water is limited to the calculations that I've talked about, and specifically would exclude the releases of NID because those are termed within the accounting uncontrolled flows.
When you refer to the accounting, your testimony is that Yuba's use of NID releases to meet refill requirements would be prohibited by the scheduling and accounting principles referenced in proposed condition 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we agree that currently Yuba is not accounting for NID releases from the middle of Yuba or lower South Yuba River, correct?
Well, that's not the correct characterization. When you say accounting, the NID's releases are accounted. Again, they're not separated out, but they are counted as part of the flow, either down the middle Yuba River or the South Yuba River to Englebright, or as flow into New Bulls Bar by diversion.
Thank you. Your testimony is that Yuba currently does not segregate NID releases from other in-stream flows occurring in the Yuba River in its accounting.
Above the project, into the project area, yes, that's correct.
At page 26 of your testimony, you refer to Yuba Water Agency's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
Can I request that be brought up on the screen so the witness can see it?
Sure, that's it. At page 26 of Mr. Grinnell's testimony, which is exhibit Yuba 200. And that would be the testimony page. I'm not sure what PDF page. And it's lines 3 through 12.
That is my testimony.
The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is an alternative approach to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Program, unimpaired flow requirement that we discussed earlier. Is that your understanding?
Generally, yes.
Has Yuba proposed any term or condition in this proceeding that would limit Yuba's ability to utilize NID releases to meet the Yuba Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. I think it's relevant to the public interest and environmental issues that Mr. McClure has indicated he's pursuing.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Has Yuba proposed any permit term or condition that would prohibit Yuba from utilizing NID releases to meet Yuba's Healthy River and Landscape proposal?
So I want to clarify, you're talking about in this proceeding or in the Bay Delta program? Because the HRL is kind of embodied in the Bay Delta program, not in this proceeding.
Yes, and I will jump in here and say I only care about the only relevance is to this proceeding. So that will be the way the question is limited.
Mr. Grinnell?
So I'm a little trying to understand, because Yuba is proposing an HRL program and an accounting for that. That is separate and apart from the accounting for this program, but that does not mean that that program would utilize NID releases to meet that program.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McClure. Let's see, before we move to lunch, let me just ask Delta parties, Mr. Ruiz, how much cross-examination time do you anticipate having for this panel? All right, Mr. Ruiz may have stepped away. How about the NGO parties? How much cross-examination time do you anticipate having for this panel?
This is Chris Schutz. I'd say I probably have, listening to the testimony and the fact that Mr. Whittlesey passed some questions on to Mr. Grinnell, I'm going to say an hour and a half. It could be less, but that's my best guess right now.
Okay, and Ms. Mertz, I see you are on screen. How about you? Do you have a time estimate for cross-examination?
I don't have any questions for this panel.
Okay, and Mr. Ruiz, you are back. Very good. How much you will be the next cross-examiner after we take our lunch break? How much time do you anticipate?
I anticipate 20 minutes.
Oh, good. Okay, so we're looking at about an hour 40 rough estimate for cross, and then I will most certainly have some questions, and then it'll be Mr. Bezerra's turn. So we may very well get done with Yuba Water today. All right, let's take a lunch break. It's 12:25. Let's take 55 minutes, and we will come back at 1:20.
Thank you.
Everyone. All right, good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break. Madam Reporter, are you ready to go on the record? Great, thank you. And let me just make sure, yes, Mr. Becerra is coming online. Okay, good, and I see Mr. Ruiz. And I believe where we left off was we were going to begin the cross-examination of the Miller-Grinnell witness panel by the Delta party. So, Mr. Ruiz, I will turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon again, Dean Reese for the Delta parties / SDWA parties. My questions are mostly for Mr. Miller, but if Mr. Grinnell, has an answer, wants to chime in, I'm perfectly fine with that. But specifically referring to page 12 or the page 5 of Mr. Miller's testimony, it is paragraph 12. B. I don't know if we need to pull it up. I think he's probably pretty familiar with it. But Mr. Miller notes, I do note there have been exceedances of the South Delta agriculture salinity objective at Old River at Tracy, which he refers to as old. You're familiar with that, Mr. Miller? There you go. Perfect.
I am.
And the exceedances you are referring to are the water quality objectives for the South Delta that are part of D1641. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you note there have been exceedances, are you talking about the period from 2008 to present in your testimony? Or are you talking about another period?
Well, I guess we can go with, it was pretty general. I must say, it's just generally. But
right. Well, I'm asking you about the period in 2008 to present or 2008 to 2023. I have some questions concerning that time frame.
okay.
Do you know to what extent exceedances occurred of that water quality objective, that being old, relative to your testimony?
You're talking about the levels?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the number of exceedances. Start with that, not just the levels, but the number of exceedances.
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay. And when you say exceedances in your testimony, what are you referring to specifically?
I'm referring to exceeding the 0.7 water quality standard on a 30-day average.
Okay. And when you say you don't have the number of exceedances in your head, what did you base your testimony on then in terms of noting that there's been exceedances?
That there's been a number in the past of exceedances. So we've put together things like for other hearings that have stated that level of exceedances, but I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay. Are you aware of any document or analysis or accounting report, whatever you want to call it, as part of this proceeding that anybody prepared or that you are aware of that looks at or analyze the number of exceedances that occurred of the old standard? I'm sorry, of the exceedance at old.
I'm not aware of anything in this proceeding that document that.
Okay. And you say in your testimony in that same area, sub area paragraph B, you say based on the salinity report and your experience with DWR at DWR operations model and actual, the exceedances are beyond the control of DWR's operations. You see that part of your testimony?
Yes.
And when you say it's beyond the control of DWR's operations, what specifically are you referring to?
I'm referring to our export operations.
Okay, so is it your testimony that DWR's operation of the state water project has no effect on the exceedances at the Old River location?
I don't know if I can say zero, but very, very minimal, if any.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to reconcile, if you say they're beyond the control, how does that reconcile with if not zero, but very minimal effect?
Well, the exceedances at the station can far exceed the standard. And so the report referenced DWR Exhibit 5 references some localized issues there. The monitoring special studies has also been as part of the phase 1 process in the comprehensive operations plan development, has also kind of looked at this same exact issue. And my understanding is that process has also identified very limited ability to control this by project exports.
Okay, when you're referring to the ongoing MSS effort, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say you're to the report, DWR 5, you're talking about the 2007 salinity report?
Correct.
Okay.
One quick point of clarification. Mr. Ruiz, you used the term, I think it was MSS or MFS?
MSS.
MSS. What is that referring to?
That's the Monitoring Special Studies program. But that's a good question. Let me ask Mr. Miller, when you say you refer to the MSS, or the Monitoring Special Studies program, what is that?
It is it's a set of studies that the department, along with other stakeholders, have been required to partake in through the water board process for phase 1 to investigate issues in the South Delta, essentially.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know you said that you don't know off the top of your head the amount of exceedances that has occurred during the 2008 to 2023 period. Do you have some general order of magnitude or knowledge of, say, there were exceedances, 10% of the time that the transfer project was operating, or 5%? Do you have any knowledge of any estimate?
I would hate to provide an estimate. I mean, this station has a chronic problem, and it exceeds the 0.7 often.
Okay.
But
and
again, it is, yeah, there has been identified some local issues in that local drainage in that area that have been identified as the primary source of that issue.
Now, based on your testimony that there's some other issues or localized issues, was the project, and I'm referring to the Yuba, the subject project, excused in your knowledge from having to meet that exceedance location because of these other issues?
The objection, Ms. State's testimony, well, I believe the testimony is about the 0.7 standard at the OLD station. It's
now a
1.0 standard. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a 1.0 standard that hasn't been implemented yet, but yes. My question is, are you aware of any relief from having to meet that standard at Old that was provided or afforded to the project?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to project.
Project being the Yuba Accord transfer project, the subject project.
Okay, with that clarification overruled, Mr. Miller, you can answer, although if you want Mr. Ruiz to repeat the question with that clarification, in fact, it would be helpful. Mr. Ruiz, please.
Okay, I'll see if I can do a better job. You've indicated that you're aware of other issues in your mind that contribute to what you've called chronic exceedances at that location. I'm asking you if you're aware if whether or not the project has been excused or relieved from having to meet that standard because of any other reasons, such as the ones you referred to, or was that in fact still a condition of the project?
Objection, compound.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
So so I'll answer the question in this way, and hopefully it answers your question. So when that standard is exceeded, we notify the water board, and we provide an assessment of whether we have control over that particular requirement, that standard, the exceedance. And so through that process, we're able to demonstrate that we don't have control in some of these situations, and I think in all situations that I'm aware of. And then through the water quality response plan, we simulate the water quality with and without the transfer. So in this case, the Yuba transfer. And if we can demonstrate that there is no effective change due to facilitating that transfer, that again is a way to demonstrate that this movement of water for the Yuba transfer is not affecting the exceedance.
Okay, so that I appreciate that. My question is, has a condition of the project been changed such that the permit is not, they're not required to meet the standard?
In the condition of the project, maybe that's where I'm not clear on what you're asking.
Meeting D1641, including the water quality objectives in the South Delta, has been and is part of the condition of the project, right?
That's correct. I think D1641 does recognize that there is this potential in the South Delta for the projects not to be able to control those water quality exceedances.
Right, but it is a condition of the project and has been, right?
Objection, misstates evidence.
I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, overruled.
So 1641 has points to the executive director as having the I guess the final say as to whether we, DWR, have provided enough evidence to determine whether we have control or not.
My question was, though, isn't it still a permit condition?
Objection, misstates evidence.
Overruled.
It's a permit condition with that caveat that the executive director has the authority on whether to determine whether we have control or not.
Are you aware of any other permit conditions for the project that have that sort of built-in, I don't know, discretion or latitude, if you will?
I mean, explicit in D1641 like that, I'm not aware.
Okay. A little bit ago, you talked about how you become aware of exceedances of D16 of exceedances, but specifically the exceedance at old, as you will, as you referred to correctly in your testimony. How does that happen again? How do you become aware of the exceedances before you start that sort of dialogue or communication process with the board?
How do we project that we're going to exceed, or how do we know?
Well, that's a good question. How do you how do you in fact realize or become aware that there's an exceedance of the objective?
Well, we monitor the water quality there. We provide essentially daily reports, at least weekday reports on the 30-day average there.
Okay, so when you monitor it and you determine that there's been an exceedance of the 30-day average, then how long is the process? How long does it take before you receive or DWR receives feedback back from the board that it's beyond your control or that it's not something that you can affect?
Yeah, I'm not sure how in terms of the time frame for response.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Has DWR from the period 2008 to present, has DWR ever stopped rediversion of transfer water as a result of the exceedances?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to transfer water.
Rediversion of Yuba Accord transfer water.
That's a fine clarification, Mr. Ruiz. Ask the question again with that clarification.
Yes. Has DWR ever stopped or ceased rediverting of Yuba Accord transfer water as a result of violations of exceedances at Old?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Actually, those are the questions I needed to ask.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Who is next? Mr. Schutz for the, you did have some questions. It was Ms. Murph that didn't have questions. All right, Mr. Schutz, I will turn it over to you. Thank you for letting me think through that order out loud.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm going to start with Mr. Miller. I have just a few questions for him, and then I'll move on to Mr. Grinnell. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Nice to see you again. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. Could we please bring up Mr. Miller's testimony, DWR, Exhibit DWR 01, and turn to page 1. Now scrolling down to lines 16 to 19, please. Great. Now, it says here, Mr. Miller, that you're the Water Operations Planning Manager for the California Department of Water Resources, correct?
That's correct.
And you manage both near-term and long-term water operations for DWR, correct?
I manage the near-term planning and long-term, yeah.
Excuse me, that's exactly what you said, and I misread what I had written. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Miller, are you aware of any plans that DWR has to reduce or eliminate the practice of filing temporary urgency change petitions for Delta operations during sequences of dry or critically dry years?
Am I aware of reducing?
Are you aware of any plans that DWR has to reduce or eliminate the practice of filing temporary urgency change petitions for Delta operations?
Filing a TUCP is it's I guess a serious sort of assessment. It's not something we plan for at all. What tends to happen though is that we, in the process of planning for the year, We plan to meet the standards as provided in D1641. If under very critical years, as we've found, there is not enough water in storage to meet those requirements, then we basically have to pull that trigger.
So on a planning, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I beg your pardon.
Well, yeah, I was almost done. But I think looking forward, we're going to still have critical years and high stress years, and look to the water board to, I guess, work with us as needed under those situations.
All right. So then is it fair to say in your position as a water operations planning manager that on a planning basis, you haven't discussed how DWR might reduce or eliminate the practice of filing temporary urgency change petitions for Delta operations during sequences of dry and critically dry years?
I think our tool set's pretty limited. And I mean, certainly we don't like doing it. It's not something that we plan on doing.
Okay. Could we please turn to page 4 of Mr. Miller's testimony? And I'm looking for paragraph 11, sort of toward the middle of the page. Mr. Miller, it says here that DWR will not move YCWA's transfer water under the Yuba Accord, I guess, although it doesn't say that explicitly, unless DWR is in compliance with applicable permit and regulatory requirements. Do you see that?
I do.
Mr. Miller, is it DWR's understanding that compliance with applicable permit and regulatory requirements when a temporary urgency change order for Delta operations is in effect means compliance with the terms of that order rather than compliance with the requirements of the underlying documents that such an order modifies?
Are you asking if a TUCP modifies D1641, then the TUCP is the governing regulation?
Is that your view? Is that the view of DWR?
Yeah, I'll object. Calls for a legal conclusion. I guess Mr. Miller can, well, I'll just say, stop right there.
Yeah, overruled. Mr. Miller, you can answer if you have a sense of DWR's position on this issue.
Right.
Well, I guess from my perspective, that would be the case, because the TUCP turns into a TCO, temporary urgency change order, and that would modify in this case D1641.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have for Mr. Miller. So I'd like to turn now to Mr. Grinnell. Good afternoon, Mr. Grinnell. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Mr. Schutz.
Could we please turn to Mr. Grinnell's testimony? And I believe it's Yuba Water 200. And I'm looking for PDF page 5. All the numbers I give, I'll try to view PDF pages, and it's lines 13 through 15. Mr. Grinnell, you say here, the State Water Board reserved the right to limit any Yuba Accord transfers through the Delta at any time that the effects of diversions cause or threaten to cause a negative impact on fisheries. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Grinnell, to your knowledge, has the State Water Board at any time actually stepped in the way that you describe in this paragraph?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And if we could scroll down now to lines 24 through 27. Now here, Mr. Grinnell, you describe the primary way that YCWA makes water available for transfer, correct?
Correct.
And this is sourced in the difference between the required flows under the Yuba Accord flow requirements and the lower Yuba River flow requirements under D1644, correct?
D1644 interim, correct.
I'm sorry, D1644.
Interim flow requirements.
Interim, thank you. But that's not the only way YCWA makes water available for transfer, is it?
No, there's also, as I've said, a target storage that's used.
Okay. Could we please bring up exhibit YCWA 210? And I guess it's Yuba Water 210. I don't mean to say anything one way or another about how we're identifying it. To me, they're interchangeable.
Thank you, Mr. Shears. No problem.
There we go. And if we could blow that up just a tad. Now, I'd like to walk through this figure with you again, Mr. Grinnell. You walked through it, I believe, in your summary, but it's pretty dense, and it would be helpful for us all to understand what's going on here. So I don't see an entry in the legend for the green hatched area, but as I understand it, that's storage transfer water, or can you explain that to us?
Sure. The green hatched area, actually in the middle of the figure is a label called transfer flow stored water. And so that is the portion of the flow that occurs at Marysville Gauge that is operated to meet that flow, the Accord flow requirement at that location. There is a caveat to that gets detailed, but and that is above a calculated baseline flow. There is also, I mean, I can stop there or explain the other colors.
Well, if you don't mind, maybe I can ask you questions and walk through them, because as I've observed, you tend to go a little quicker than some of the rest of us might be able to keep up with. So then there's the red dashed line. Am I correct in thinking that's the minimum in-stream flow under interim D1644?
Almost all of that is, except that there's a portion in October that it jumps up. I believe that is actually the FERC flow requirement for that time period, which is higher than D1644 interim flows.
Okay.
I'm doing that for recollection, but I believe that's the case.
Thank you. I mean, that's helpful, and you're going to remember it as well as anyone, I'm sure. And then once you hit, in this figure, is it October 16th?
Yes.
There's an increase. So what has happened there? And why is that everything to the right shaded in the dark green?
Again, I'd have to go from recollection, but I believe that large increase was a storm or a significant increase in flow. And most likely, generally when we color that solid that way, then the delta went into excess conditions. The projects can't pick up the water anymore.
And excuse me, and the last part of your sentence was, and?
Yeah, the projects are not picking that water up anymore as a transfer water.
It's no longer considered transfer water.
That's correct. Yeah.
I see, because it's in excess conditions.
Correct.
Thank you. And so some of the green hatched area in this figure is above the blue line that indicates the Yuba Accord minimum in-stream flow requirements, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to us why that green hatched area extends above the blue line?
Yes. For the majority of the time that's showing that, it's because what's accounted for as transferable is Yuba's operations to comply with the in-stream flow requirement. The requirement is down at Marysville, which is some 35 miles below New Bulls Bar. And because it's so far below and there are diversions in the interim between the 2 points, there's additional water released to ensure compliance with the standard. So that's one reason why we would see, and you'll see that sometimes it's a little bit more or less, but in the middle of the summer, it gets down pretty close because there's more ability to control. There's another reason why it's above, and you'll see in September that it's even further above. That's actually because during that time period, Yuba is operating to the standard at the Smartsville gauge. There was a requirement for 700 CFS during that time at the Smartsville gauge. So that is the controlling location, but the accounting is done down at Marysville. So it's still operating to the Accord minimum stream flows, but it's at Smartsville. And so we do the calculation to show that.
Okay, so to recap, if I can, in say June, the area above the blue line is effectively like buffer flows over release to make sure you're in compliance. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And then as we're going down into July and August, we have some measure of so an increment of water above the blue line that's counted as transferable because for some reason water was released and either it was a buffer flow or diverters at Daguerre Point Dam did not actually divert all the water that you might have released water to make sure that they released that they had available. Is that fair?
No, that second part actually isn't. So
Okay.
so diversions are part of both sides of the calculation. They're part of the Accord and is definitely a part of the baseline. So
Okay.
Changes in diversions would not result in increase in transfer flow. But as I said, because Yuba operates to comply in that time period, if you'll notice, going from June to July, there's a very significant reduction from about a requirement of 1,500 CFS down to 700 CFS.
Right.
And Yuba, to provide a more fishery-friendly flow, ramps down slower and uses flow reduction standard operating procedures. And so, those also are in compliance, but it's also part of operation to the Accord.
I see. And one last, I hope is the last question. I can never promise. there's some blue that's above the dashed red line. And the blue is part of the baseline, correct?
That's correct.
And is it above the red dash line because that's what would have been in the river to meet the higher end of September storage target?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for the walk down here, but I think it's helpful for all of us to understand sort of the different pieces of this. And now, if we could go back to Exhibit Yuba Water 200, please. And thank you for your explanation. And if we could look, please, at PDF page 8, lines 2 through 6. And I think you've answered the question that any buffer that's released above the interim D1644 flows is considered transferable. Is that correct?
More exactly, like the buffer that is released to ensure compliance with the Accord and stream flow. Yeah.
Thank you. And now if we could scroll down to line 12. And thank you. So here it talks about FERC license requirements as part of the baseline, correct?
That's correct.
And what I'm assuming that you're referring to is part of the existing FERC license that existed when the Accord was executed, not any future FERC requirements that may take place due to the ongoing relicensing of the Yuba River Development Project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're to understand, I guess, that you're not proposing to recalculate the baseline based on the new FERC requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now I'm afraid we're going to go into something, back into the technical world. If we could pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 220. And Ms. Mullen, I'm looking for the monthly transfer report tab, and I think you're going to have to sort of scoot it to the right there. There it is, monthly transfer report. If you could click on that tab and then scroll to the left, please. Now, again, Mr. Grinnell, I'm going to ask you to walk us through some of these pages so that we understand what we're looking at. So in the page 1, the surface water columns E, F, and G show the on-paper difference in each month between the interim D1641 required flows and the Yuba Accord required flows. Is that correct?
Without diving into the very details, there may be other elements besides D1644 interim that defines the baseline. So this is just the final result of of all of the baseline elements versus the Accord releases.
And you suggested in the figure that we looked at previously that the FERC flow requirements might be part of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, had there been groundwater substitution transfers in this year, they would show up in the groundwater substitution columns H, I, and J. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But apparently there weren't any for this time period. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And then columns K, L, and M show the totals as you're adding up the columns from left to right. Is that correct?
Yeah, K is for the groundwater substitution and L and M for total, both stored water, surface water, and groundwater. Yes.
Right. Thank you. Now, if we could scroll across to page 2, Ms. Mullen, sort of move things to there you are. Wonderful. Thank you. Now for page 2, under the actual columns, is the amount of water released by, let me say that again. Page 2, under the actual columns, is it not the amount of water released by YCWA for which YCWA could potentially get credit for transfer water?
So, yeah, potentially get credit. Yes.
Okay. And we see in January through June in this particular year that water above the baseline that YCWA released was backed up into storage in Oroville, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that means that DWR let YCWA's releases partly fulfill DWR's Delta water quality obligations. Is that also correct?
Yes, that is generally correct.
And since YCWA released the water, DWR withheld more or less an equivalent amount of water in storage in Oroville Reservoir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And now if we look at page 2 for the months of July through October, under the direct delivered columns, we see that YCWA released water in those months, and that was accounted for as Delta inflow that was transferred through the South Delta pumps after carriage water was subtracted. Is that correct?
This does not include carriage water, this table right here.
I see. So carriage water has already been removed, and what we're seeing is what we're considering the actual amounts to have been transferred.
No, this is direct delivered prior to carriage water calculation. So there'll be carriage water subtracted from that for the actual exported amounts.
So if we're looking at cell 15, W15, for example, and I'm reading that as like 18,411 acre feet. That's the amount of water that Yuba released for transfer?
That's correct.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. So for the backed up water that was stored in Oroville Reservoir, DWR released that water after July 1. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there would be a tab here that actually shows that, because DWR provides that information to you.
Okay, great. I don't think we need to see that because it's hard enough to keep track of one tab. Um, and rather than allocating that water that it released to from Oroville that had been backed up to state water contractors, that was released and credited or provided to transfer recipients of Yuba Accord transfers. Is that correct?
Okay, I just want to be clear, are you saying that rather than give it to all contractors? I'm not quite clear.
Let me start again. I think I didn't say that very well. So the water that's backed up, we're talking about the water that's backed up into Oroville. That water is delivered by DWR as transfer water, not as state water project contract water, correct?
Correct, minus carriage water. Yep.
Minus carriage water. Thank you. Okay. And then if we move to page 3, which is to the right there, I took this to be sort of a check back to make sure the numbers lined up. Is there something more to it than that, Mr. Grinnell?
No, that's correct. That's delivered. Delivered Accord transfer water that's using the information that DWR provides for how they and Reclamation have moved the water, but it does not reflect the carriage water. So what they actually export is not shown here. This is we call it gross amount before carriage water.
Gross amount. Okay. And when YCWA sells water, they're getting paid for the gross amount. Is that correct?
Yes, the agreement is that Yuba is paid for delivery at the Marysville gauge. That's correct.
Thank you. At the Marysville gauge. That's a useful way of thinking of it. All right. Thank you very much. We can take this down, and if we could go back to Yuba Water 200, that would be good. And now I'm looking for page PDF 13. I hope it is lines 19 through 21. Let's see. So, Mr. Grinnell, am I correct in reading this to mean that groundwater substitution transfers are not part of the calculus of the refill agreement between YCWA and DWR?
That's correct.
Okay. And now if we could scroll down to page 16, please, paragraph 65. Now here you say that more water entered the Delta under the Yuba Accord than would have entered it under the flow regime required by basically interim D1644. Is that correct?
All the baseline conditions, yes.
All the baseline conditions. That's a better way of stating it. Thank you. All right. Could we please pull up exhibit CSPA 7? And start with page 1. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Grinnell?
Wait a second here. Yes, I've seen this before.
All right. Could we please turn to PDF page 142? So this is the chapter title, hydrology and water supply. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we could now turn to PDF page 194. And here, this is the section of that chapter on the Yuba River. Do you see where we are in the document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So now if we could turn to, please, to page, the bottom of PDF page 195. It's kind of in the middle, actually. And if we could zoom in on that bottom paragraph so that Mr. Grinnell can read that, I would appreciate it. For me, it's still a little small. There you are. Okay. Do you see the sentence that begins reservoir operations and diversions in that last paragraph? Rather, reservoir storage, excuse me, and diversions. Kind of in the middle of the paragraph. Now, would you review the next couple of sentences there and tell me when you've had a chance to review it and think about it, please?
Okay.
So, as a general matter, Mr. Grinnell, do you agree or disagree with the sentence, the conclusion in the sentence that begins reservoir storage and diversions have greatly reduced flows on the Yuba River during spring months?
I don't fully agree with that because, yeah, I don't fully agree with it.
So if we qualify that to say as a percent or as compared to unimpaired flows, would you agree or disagree?
Well, you'd have to be more specific. Are you describing all reservoir operations or just Yuba Water's reservoir operations?
Well, let's start with Yuba's operations to start. And it says storage and diversions. So let's start with Yuba's and then we'll go to the broader.
Yeah, so I definitely don't agree with it where that's directed directly towards Yuba because there are times, definitely during spring months, when operating to the Yuba Accord, in-stream flows means that they're releasing stored water. So, so from Yuba's perspective on their operation, there's stored water used in the springtime in drier years. So as far as that element of that, as far as reducing winter peaks, there are times when that project, as a flood control project, reduces winter peaks. And reduce the variability in monthly flows. Sometimes the variability is reduced. Other times it is not.
So then looking at the next sentence, Mr. Grinnell, the January through June Yuba River impaired flow as a percentage of unimpaired flow ranges from 28, to 71% and is less than 50% in half the years. Does that comport with your general understanding of the hydrology in January through June of the lower Yuba River?
Well, I'll qualify it by saying I do not agree some of the numbers that were published in this report because of the modeling that was done for it. But because of, now again, we have to talk about the entire Yuba River and operations for reservoirs upstream of Yuba as well as the Yuba River Development Project. So very generally, that's a characterization, but I would not agree with the numbers.
So you'd said very generally you'd agree with the characterization, but the numbers you would find inaccurate.
That sounds reasonable, yes.
Thank you. Okay, if we could take this down now, please. And once again, pull up Mr. Grinnell's testimony, Yuba Water 200. And now I'm looking for, we're on page 16, great. And I'm looking to line 21. Now here you say that Delta water quality conditions are augmented because of carriage water. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it your contention that Yuba Accord transfers make Delta water quality better than it would have been without the transfers?
In certain time periods, yes. And yes, it is my contention. I can explain.
And is that a general condition or just an occasional condition?
Well, I think you need to understand how DWR has explained how they calculate carriage water and the fact that they use the worst location for the worst month to determine the carriage, according to the way they've described it, to determine the carriage water amount. That means that at all of the locations in all of the months, there is more than sufficient carriage water for those locations than the without transfer condition. And so it is improving above the without transfer conditions at those locations at that time.
But wouldn't DWR be having to meet the water quality requirements at those worst locations absent Yuba water transfers and carriage water?
They would, but again, because they're only utilizing to calculate the percentage carriage water, the worst location at the worst time, that means that the carriage water amount that is provided is more than is needed to meet the without transfer conditions at those other times, other locations.
Okay. Could we go down to page 17, paragraph 68, please? There we are. And now here you talk about groundwater substitution transfers contribute to cooler summer water in the lower Yuba River. Do you see that?
Yes.
So let's unpack that a little. Isn't it true that most of the salmon and steelhead in the lower Yuba River in the summer are upstream of Daguerre Point Dam?
I'm going to say, since I'm not a fisheries biologist, as far as where most of the fish are holding, I'm going to be a little reticent to answer that question.
Okay. Isn't it true that absent the groundwater substitution transfers, water in some measure that would be delivered, let's start again. Isn't it true that absent the groundwater substitution transfers, water would be delivered at Daguerre Point Dam to those member units who are no longer pumping groundwater, but instead are relying on surface water?
Well, I have to be precise about answering that, and hopefully this is answering your question.
Okay.
The groundwater substitution flow in the summertime is greater than the flow that would be delivered to Gare Point Dam for diversion in those summer months, specifically July, August, and a small amount in September. Because that's the time period where all of the groundwater substitution is released. But the accumulation of the reduction in flow because of pumping actually occurs across the April to September timeframe. So they don't equate. There is more flow under groundwater substitution in the months of July, August, and September in the lower Yuba River down to Marysville and above the Gare than otherwise would occur without the groundwater substitution.
So it's fair to say that some of the water that is now released as groundwater substitution would appear as irrigation deliveries in the summer. Is that fair?
That's correct. Some of that water would be. Yeah.
Okay. Now, can we go down to page 18 and look at lines 3 to 5? Here you say, except for 2008, no Yuba Accord transfer water has been exported from the Delta between December through June, correct?
That's correct.
And would that include deliveries to Contra Costa or East Bay Mud?
There's only been a delivery to East Bay Mud and Contra Costa, only to Contra Costa in 2003, and that was late August, I believe. I'm sorry, 2023.
Right.
Late August.
Okay. But there is not a restriction, or is there, on when water can be delivered to Contra Costa and East Bay Mud in terms of time?
Yeah, there's a number of them, but they, like for Contra Costa, it's under their biological opinion. They have some windows that they can't transfer. We're also restricted by balance conditions because that's DWR's rule. So there are other restrictions, but yeah, there are other restrictions.
There are other restrictions, but are there not restrictions explicit to CCWD or East Bay Mud in the Yuba Accord transfer agreements itself? Is that right?
Well, remember that the agreements do talk about compliance with all regulatory requirements. So whatever those might happen to be. Yeah.
Okay. Looking at, okay, paragraph 72 on page 18, please. Here we are. You say that lack of export capacity limited Yuba Accord transfers in 2019, 2023, and 2024, correct?
Correct.
So there is demand for transfer water in these wet years. Is that your understanding?
Well, we don't know because for those years, there was not any export capacity. And so DWR tells us that there's no export capacity. But there is, I have to say, there is I'd be careful about generalizing because it gets wet enough, there is not any demand. So, but there can be demand in those years. 2024, there would have been demand. The other 2 years, I can't say.
Okay. That was one thing I wanted to clarify. And then if the Delta Conveyance Project were constructed, that would increase physical export capacity, would it not?
Yeah, I don't know how.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's a fairly straightforward question. I don't think it's very speculative.
I was going to say I'll overrule it, but Mr. Grinnell can caveat and qualify as he sees fit. Seems quite capable.
Yeah, I have not analyzed what the Delta Conveyance Project would do. It's a complex project, so I'm not aware of how it would affect transfers.
Mr. Miller, can you help with that?
Sorry, it took me a bit to get off mute there. I have not been involved in the analysis for the Delta Conveyance and transfers. But it, in theory, it does provide some additional capacity. But
do you have an understanding, Mr. Miller, of when the Delta Conveyance Project would come online if DWR's permitting were approved and DWR sort of moved things along according to its hoped for schedule?
I have not been that close with the scheduling of that either. So, but 10+ years down the road.
Thank you. And Mr. Grinnell, the Yuba Accord petition at question here would cover transfers until 2050, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, if we could go down to Yuba Water 200 and look at page 24, please. And if we'd look at lines 9 through 12, please. Here, Mr. Grinnell, you say that absent Yuba Accord transfers, Yuba Water would likely operate to higher carryover storage target in new Bullard's Bar Reservoir than it does under the Yuba Accord. Is that correct?
Yeah, it may. It would be at its discretion. Yeah.
And the reason for that is water supply reliability for member units, basically. Is that correct?
That would be, yes, that would be one of the criteria governing their decision process.
Isn't it true, Mr. Grinnell, that summer power prices are generally greater than power prices at other times of the year?
I think that's pretty generalized, so I don't think I could confirm that.
Isn't it true that Yuba Water seeks to generate power in the summer to the degree that as opposed to seeking to generate power, for example, in April?
Objection assumes facts not have evidence and incomplete hypothetical.
I think the incomplete hypothetical objection is fair, but Mr. Schutz, I think you can get where you want to go if you break that up a little bit and provide more context.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, you're familiar with power prices to some degree, is that correct?
Generally, yeah.
Generally.
Yeah.
And when it comes to power prices, there are a number of factors that help determine what those are. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And some of that is within the day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at certain times of day, power is more valuable than other times of day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a general matter, at certain times of year, power is more valuable than other times of year. Is that fair?
That's fair. That's correct.
And isn't it true that summer is one of the times of year that generally power is relatively valuable as compared to other times of year?
That's reasonable. Yes. Characterization. Yes.
Thank you. So considering that, wouldn't it be, if Yuba Water were no longer selling in the business of selling water, it would have to look to other revenue sources to support its operations, correct?
Objection beyond the witness's expertise.
I'll overrule it, but the witness is certainly free to explain the limits of his expertise on this point.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the ruling.
Yeah, so Mr. Grinnell, I'm overruling the objection, but if you want to caveat the limits of your expertise with respect to power generation and Yuba Water's revenues, you are certainly welcome to do that in your answer if you have an answer.
So yeah, and I would have to, I'll try to answer within my general knowledge, and that is, my specific knowledge is that Yuba power generation for releasing water down the Yuba River and out of the Yuba River is takes a back seat, if you will, as a secondary consideration. It's a result of its operation for other things like water supply and in-stream flows. Now that's not true for above Englebright, because there's, as Mr. Shute says, there's a daily or interday component. But to be going, I could not confirm that Yuba Water would have to go look in other sources. I don't know that, if there was not transfer of water.
Did you hear Mr. Woodley testify this morning, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear him say that recently that water sales have been less, YCWA's revenues from water sales have generally been considerably less than revenues from power sales?
Well, I saw the testimony. I mean, I did see a graphic that showed almost 40% of the revenue in one year was, in a recent year was, they're a part of their total revenue. So.
Understood. And did you also see a graphic that showed that less than 1% of the revenues for YCWA in a different year was from water sales?
Yes, there was a year where there was no transfer.
Right. And that in still another year, there was about 15%, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is, absent the revenues that YCWA might be able to generate from the Yuba Accord, don't you think it's likely, knowing what you know about YCWA's operation, that it would seek to optimize to the degree it can, consistent with its other strategies, power sales during the summer?
Objection, calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous, beyond the witness's expertise.
I think it does call for speculation, so I'll sustain the objection on that basis.
Mr. Grinnell, let's get at it another way. If YCWA were to change its target end of September storage from 650,000 acre feet to 705,000 acre feet, that would leave less water at some time of year for power generation. Is that correct?
No, I mean, that leave less water. Well, I mean, let me state it so that I can, rather than agreeing or disagreeing.
Okay.
Were to operate to 705 rather than 650, there's still that water and it would still be used. It would still come out of the reservoir at some point. It just, the timing would be different.
I see. Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 100 at the bottom of page 24. So here you say, well, let's not state it this way. Mr. Grinnell, my understanding is that at present, DWR backs up water into storage because DWR can't otherwise export it at the moment it's released. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So when you say here that under springtime balanced conditions, isn't it the case that most of the water that Yuba releases at present with the Yuba Accord in place is already backed up because it can't be exported?
Well, it can't be exported because there's a prohibition on exporting it other than in the transfer window.
But aren't there also conditions on, I mean, transfer window. But the State Water Project and Central Valley Project are not subject to the transfer window, correct?
Yes, they are. As far as transfer water goes.
No, they're not subject to export of State Water Project or Central Valley Project water under the transfer window, correct?
Correct, and that was exactly my point in that statement.
So it's your contention that at the present time, the State Water Project, for example, could not export water that was released by Yuba for Central Valley Project purposes and later release water from Oroville to make Yuba water whole?
I'm gonna have to think about that. So I'm trying to understand the question again. I think you were explaining exactly how backing works, so I'm not really clear about the question.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is the statement at the end of this paragraph that says potentially resulting in increased spring exports from the Delta. Do you see that? You see that part?
Yes.
And what you're saying is that the controlling issue at present with the Yuba Accord in place is that water cannot be transferred until the transfer window begins. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to have to think about this some more. I understood the backing up part of this to allow the state and federal projects to export water that Yuba Water released if there was capacity or if the regulatory conditions allowed it. Did I misread that in part of your testimony?
Question, compound, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled. Mr. Goodell, qualify as you need to. I mean,
Yeah, I'm trying to, yeah, again, I think I would just have to restate what's in my testimony, that, the backing is, is that the portion that is identified by you as transferable flow in the accounting, is water that cannot be exported in, before the transfer window opens in the springtime, for instance. And so that flow compared to the without transfer condition of that being released is water that is resulting in DWR not having to release additional water to meet the standards in the Delta. And so that lake volume is accumulating into Oroville and then is later released for transfer. So that's the backing condition.
Okay, so there is, so recalling the Excel table we looked at, we looked at the fact that in the year we and I believe it was, I don't have the numbers. It was one of your exhibits. I believe it was 220. Is it the case then that all of the Yuba Accord releases between baseline and the Yuba Accord flow requirements that are released in the December, I guess, through June period can only be backed up into Oroville, and there's no other way that DWR can use those?
Well, they can use it to meet the water quality requirements, but that is resulting in a reduced requirement from release from their reservoir.
Right.
Yeah. What I'm getting at in that, I mean, if you would like me to explain.
Sure.
What I'm getting at there is if it's not transfer water, then that just becomes the total supply to the projects. And then in some instances, they would not have any prohibition against recognize that as an additional supply. And unless, and as long as they're meeting, all of the regulatory requirements, they can export that at, whatever time they choose.
Okay.
Schedule or reoperating it in their reservoir.
All right. Thank you. I think we'll move on.
May I suggest that we may be collectively in a good position to take a short break? I am starting to have trouble, frankly, following this, and I see other confused faces as well. So let's take 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3 o'clock, and then you can resume your cross-examination, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you. And I think I don't have a lot left.
Okay.
Maybe 20 minutes, something like that.
That's just fine. We'll come back at 3 o'clock and we'll pick up with you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 3 o'clock. Ma'am, you look like you're ready to go. So Mr. Schutz, I will turn it back to you to complete your cross-examination of this panel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, Mr. Grinnell. I'd like to look, if we could, Ms. Mullen, at paragraph 101 at the top of PDF, page 25. There we are. So, Mr. Grinnell, you say that in this paragraph that water from the Yuba River that was no longer transferred under the Yuba Accord could be exported by the State Water Project or Central Valley Project without what you call any transfer-related carriage provisions, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true, Mr. Grinnell, that State Water Project and Central Valley Project export water is subject to the export to inflow or E to I ratio?
At certain times, that's my understanding.
And during the transfer window, the E to I ratio is 35%, is it not?
Yeah, that's, I don't know that it's, is it 30, I'm not sure that's 35% the entire transfer window. I'm not sure of that.
Mr. Miller, can you help us with that?
Yeah. So EIs, or export to inflow ratio, starts at 65% in July. And the 65 through January.
So by 65, you mean that 65% is allowed to be exported and 35% is not allowed to be exported. Is that correct? Of the inflow?
Correct.
Thank you. If we could now look at paragraph 108 on page 27. Now here, Mr. Grinnell, you talk about the HRL proposal for the Yuba River, right?
Yes.
Now you don't say how Yuba Water will generate the additional 50,000 acre feet in April through June here, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And my understanding is that that will be because Yuba Water drops the end of September storage requirement in New Bullard's Bar Reservoir in dry, below normal, and above normal years to 600,000 acre feet rather than 650,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And the HRL plan is for Yuba Water to get paid for 43,000 of those 50,000 acre feet that it additionally releases in April through June in dry, below normal, and above normal years. Is that correct?
Not exactly. It's my understanding that that Yuba Water would be getting grant monies for a flood control project.
Excuse me?
Yuba Water would be getting grant monies for a flood control project and would not be directly being paid for that water.
And do you have an idea of what the revenues would be from that?
I don't I don't know exactly.
Okay. And do you know what the source of the revenues would be?
As I said, grant monies, I don't know where the grant monies would be coming.
And that grant money, as you understand it, would not come from other water users. Is that correct?
I can't characterize. I'm not sure.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you don't know, you don't know. It's one of a few things you don't seem to know. I'd like to move on to some questions that I asked Mr. Whittlesley and that he generously punted to you. Um, um, so one of the questions I asked him that he didn't know was I asked him if he knew what the amount was that Yuba Water was compensated for administrative or other purposes in order to make water available for groundwater substitution transfers. Do you happen to know what that figure is?
I believe it used to be $10 an acre foot, and now I believe since one of the amendments, it's 10% of the groundwater
10%.
of the groundwater substitution. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that. And then if Ms. Mullen, we could go back to Exhibit AHO 002, the draft SEIR. I would appreciate that, please. And if we would turn to page PDF 210. There we go. And if we could just scroll down a little so we can see the entire table, I think that would be helpful. Can you see that okay, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So in the right-hand column for the years 2008 to 2016, the accounting for the Yuba Accord water transfers showed 60,000 acre feet per year accounted for as an EWA or environmental water account water. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain to us why YCWA accounted for it in that way?
Well, it was just to identify. So first off, the EWA amount is part of the total transfer amount under the column total transfer. So this is just to enumerate what went of that total, and it is surface water that went to the EWA, not groundwater substitution, that went towards the EWA program.
So, to your knowledge, what did DWR or anybody do to qualify that water as EWA water?
Well, I can only answer from the Yuba perspective. Part of the water purchase agreement was to pre-purchase 60,000 acre feet for those years, totaling for a total of 480,000 acre feet of water to go towards the environmental water account program.
And do you know how that water was used in the environmental water account program?
I only have a very generalized understanding of it, which is that is water to essentially compensate its contractors for activities in the Delta that would further limit their water supplies because of environmental enhancement or for water in the Delta.
As far as you know, was there any accounting or public explanation of where how this water was used in each of the years that it's accounted for in this column?
I'm not aware of
that. Mr. Miller, is that something you might be aware of?
I'm not aware of an accounting for this, but I am aware that in 2008, the project started taking some pretty significant export reductions due to the Wanger hearing and the biological opinions.
Okay. So turning now, Mr. Grinnell, to the column that says environmental flow. Can you explain why this column is labeled environmental flow?
Sure. It's just to demonstrate that a portion of the flows of the Yuba Accord that are accounted as released transfer water out of the Yuba, which are not exported or transferred, are providing inflow to the Delta and potentially Delta outflow. And so we keep track of the amount of released transfer water, but the total transfer column is water that is actually identified as transfer. Environmental flow is additional releases by Yuba that were not transferred but provided Delta inflow and in many cases Delta outflow as well.
And the environmental flow column, does that include carriage water, or would that be within the total transfer column?
Well, it's no, it's not transfer. So it's just total flow that exits the Yuba River and enters the Delta.
But it's not counting carriage water, is that correct?
Well, it's essentially 100% carriage water because it's not transferred. It's not. It's additional flow.
Okay, let me requalify. Let me restate that. It's not required transfer water, carriage water. Is that correct?
No, it has nothing to do with carriage water. No.
Okay. So this, in some sense, is water that Yuba released above the minimum flow requirement that you hoped to get paid for, but for some reason you were not able to be paid for it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
It is water that Yuba released as part of the minimum in-stream flows that were identified as transferable flow because it was above the baseline, but which DWR did not export, and so it was not accounted for as delivered transfer water. So
okay.
It is water operating to the in-stream flows above baseline.
In-stream flows above baseline. Was there a particular environmental purpose for which this water was released?
Meeting the in-stream flows on the Yuba River.
Was there a particular environmental purpose downstream of the Yuba River for which it was released?
Its one and only purpose was to meet the Accord in-stream flows.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That concludes my questions, and thank you very much for your answers and your explanations. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Is there anyone else from the NGO parties that has cross-examination for this panel? All right, then I have a few questions for this panel, primarily for Mr. Grinnell, but I may ask Mr. Miller to jump in as necessary and proper. So first question, Mr. Grinnell, is why have carriage water requirements increased over the years?
That's a good question. I do not know specifically the answer to that.
All right, Mr. Miller, I suspect you may know something about the increases in carriage water requirements over the years. Do you have an answer to that question?
I think I do, but I got a caveat that I don't know for sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'm still interested, but I understand your cap.
Okay, I think it comes down to the methodology employed. So early on, I'm not even sure how it was done, but there was a transition to a specific modeling methodology. And I don't remember exactly when it was, but probably 10, 15 years ago, we changed the methodology on how that was assessed.
And so the change in methodology essentially made DWR say, oh gosh, we need more carriage water to facilitate these transfers in order to meet our Delta water quality objectives?
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, it is a pretty objective method. So we basically do a series of modeling runs, and we assume that we would have operated in the same fashion. So targeting the same water quality at these specific locations. Mr. Grinnell talked about, kind of looking at the most restrictive station, and yeah, essentially look at that one, and through that series of modeling runs, we assess the carriage water to essentially get back to the same exact water quality that we had under reality. But essentially, it's backing out the inflows from the transfers. Anyway, so yeah, it gets pretty detailed, I guess, but we do have a paper on it somewhere that certainly it's not, I don't think it's part of the record, but can certainly share that for your further reading.
Okay, and that's fair enough, Mr. Miller, and I don't expect exhaustive detail on this, but the increase is attributable, at least in your view as you sit here today. It's attributable to some change in the way the modeling was conducted.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're kind of referring to a number of years at 20%, and then it started varying after that.
Yes, it seems to have gone up to, say 35% in some years, and that's attributable to a change in the way that the modeling was conducted to justify these carriage water requirements.
Yes, for the most part. And I think I should note, though, that we see that it does vary with the ag standards. So the ag standard, say in a critical year, is allows for saltier conditions than, say, a below normal year. And so it does kind of align with the change in water year type based water quality standards.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that, Mr. Miller. Back to you, Mr. Grinnell. And this may be somewhere in the record already, and you can point me to that document. I have read a lot of documents in preparing for this hearing, and all of them, none of them are particularly scintillating bedtime reading. I'll put it that way. But this 200,000 acre foot annual limit on Accord transfers, how was that developed?
Yeah, good question. When we were putting together the petition for the Accord, we analyzed how much stormwater transfer could be potentially generated, as well as groundwater substitution. We looked at, for instance, in the environmental document, as much as 90,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution in a year. And so we used those two amounts to estimate what the maximum would be, the amount of, and it generally happens in the drier years, that there would be the maximum amount of stored water that's released to meet the Accord in-stream flows that's above the baseline, plus the groundwater substitution amount. That got in the upper 100,000. So to round out to a cap, I believe it was Yuba that proposed its petition 200,000 as a transfer amount and limit.
Okay, so if I understand your answer correctly, there was a calculation done to determine what the maximum amount of transfer water could be in terms of groundwater substitution and reservoir releases to meet in-stream flows. That was something less than 200,000 acre feet and then the proposal was essentially rounded up to 200,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
That's cool. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right. On that topic, sorry, I'm going through my notes. So, oh yes. So next, I guess, kind of logical question on my end. So I understand there are basically three categories of water that can be made available for transfer. One, releases made to meet Yuba Accord and stream flow requirements. Two, water made available as a result of groundwater substitution. And then three, water that's released to create space in the reservoir at the end of September. Is my understanding generally correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if I wanted to understand how much water Yuba has successfully transferred in each category, where would I look?
Well, actually the table that Mr. Schutz had shown for the supplemental environmental impact report to support the petition, that table has those amounts, as surface water, groundwater substitution amounts. The one thing it doesn't do is break out when the operation was to an end of September target. But I can tell you in general terms, there have been only, let's call it 3 plus maybe 1, so a total of 4 years, and the 1 year is a little back and forth because some of it was to record in-stream flows and some of it was to storage. Out of the 18 years, essentially 4 years that was done. And you can kind of identify those by that generally limits the total to about 60,000 acre feet of transfer from stormwater when it's an end of September target.
Okay, I'll just try to rephrase that to make sure I understand what you're saying. So, and I think it was maybe Mr. Schutz, you can help me with this. That exhibit with the spreadsheet, was that Yuba Water 220?
Yeah, let me find the number. No, the spreadsheet you're talking about, or are you talking about the table in the supplemental EIS?
I'm talking about the spreadsheet that you walked Mr. Grinnell through in the monthly, I think it was the monthly transfer report tab.
Sure, I'll find that.
Anyway, so Mr. Grinnell, Mr. Schutz is reminding me of what exhibit number that was. We probably don't need to walk through it, but my recollection of that document was that it distinguishes between groundwater substitution transfers and general releases from the reservoir for in-stream flows and end of September storage targets. But within the surface water designation, it doesn't distinguish between transfer water made available as a result of the end of September storage target and the in-stream flow requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct. It does not distinguish that.
Okay, good. And then what I understood you to tell me was, and please correct me if my understanding is wrong. What I understood you to tell me was that transfer water made available as a result of meeting that end of September storage target is roughly 60,000 acre feet over the term of the current and existing long-term transfer, and that, well, let me stop there. 60,000 acre feet over the last 18 years or so.
I'm sorry, 60,000 acre feet in any of the years where the end of September storage target is driving the operation. So 60,000 in each of the years. And so there were, as I say, 3, possibly 4 years, 2009, 2010, and 2024 are the 3 I remember. We got what the 4th one was.
Okay, that's perfect. Now I understand, and thank you very much for working through that with me. So,
Hearing Officer Bivens, the exhibit number is Yuba Water 220.
Okay, good. My memory was right. Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
Yes, and it's the monthly transfer report tab.
Yes, and I thank you, and I think Mr. Grinnell has helped orient me sufficiently through that we don't need to bring it up, but I appreciate that. Okay, so if I wanted to understand how much water in each of those three categories Yuba expects to transfer in the future, where in the record would I look?
How much water you expects to transfer in the future? There is not an enumeration of that. It's just, it's described as operating to the items we've talked about, and whatever becomes accounted for. And as you can see in those tables, it varies very widely from year to year. So there is not a specific expectation. Although I would say that if the petition was approved, in essence, quite close to what has been going on in the last 18 years, then the last 18 years are a pretty good representation of what to expect.
Okay, fair enough. That's helpful, but there hasn't been any like specific modeling analysis done to generate an estimate of what water would be available in which category and under what conditions. Fair?
I don't believe we did that. Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. Okay, I want to ask you a few questions about refill operations, and I'm going to be looking at. Well, now I have to get back to my. Here we go. I believe it was the section that I'm interested in is starting at paragraph 54 of your testimony, and we can, if we need to, we can bring that up. But we'll try it. We'll try it this way first. I frankly, I don't want it to feel like I'm cross-examining you, Mr. Grinnell. I'm curious about some of the stuff. Okay, so starting in paragraph 54, the way I understand your testimony on refill operations is that if New Bullard's bar is being refilled when the delta is in balanced conditions, then Yuba Water has to release the same volume of refill the next time the delta is in balanced conditions. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
Yes, that's a good one.
Okay, and I think you called that the payback provision. So if I use that term, the payback provision, that's a good term to use for that aspect of refill.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I guess my understanding is also that the reason that this payback provision exists would be because when refill occurs during balanced conditions, State Water Project and the Central Valley Project would need to release some additional amount of water to meet Delta water quality objectives. Is that correct?
That's good. Or it would impact their water supplies in some way. Yes.
Okay. So then in paragraph 59 through 61 of your testimony, you describe three instances in which refill occurred during balanced conditions. And are those the only times in which refill operations have occurred in balanced conditions?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that's helpful. And then in those three instances, were all D1641 water quality objectives being met by the state and federal projects?
I would have to go and check. It's not something I know off the top of my head.
Fair enough, Mr. Grinnell. That's perfectly fair. Let's see. Okay, I think I'll move on from that. That was helpful. Let's see, and then let me just turn to paragraph 77 of your testimony describes the proposal in the pending petition to add Contra Costa Water District's Delta intake facilities as the long-term points of rediversion for transfer water. Is that a good characterization?
Yes, it is.
And then I understand that the State Water Board has evaluated the effects of rediverting water from those facilities on a short-term basis, and you, I think, referenced some orders in there that refer to that. Has Yuba Water analyzed the effects of adding those intake facilities on a long-term basis?
I believe that was part of the SEIR.
Sure. And then where, again, big document, fairly dry. Can you point me to the specific section of the SEIR where I could find that type of analysis?
I would have to do some hunting, but I believe that generally it kind of went. There was not a modeled exercise for that, but it essentially went along the lines of the annual petitions, which is essentially that Contra Costa would be operating to all of its regulatory requirements and would divert water based on whatever was their able to do while still meeting all of its biological opinions and permit terms.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Becerra may help jog my memory when we get to redirect. He's usually pretty good at that. Let's see. Okay. So, all right, let's go back to the Bay Delta plan. And I don't want to belabor this point, but so to say upstream users are required to eventually bypass flows to implement the Bay Delta plan. Is there a proposed permit term that would also require Yuba Water to bypass those flows?
Okay, I'm not quite understanding the question.
Okay, let me see if I can break this down. So let's just assume that the Bay Delta plan is adopted and it requires an upstream user, like say NID, to bypass some amount of water for Delta water quality purposes. So my question is there a proposed permit term that would also require Yuba Water to bypass those flows that have been released from upstream facilities for that purpose?
Not that I'm aware of, except no. So if you're asking that if an upstream project has to specifically bypass for unimpaired flow standard, for instance, all of my understanding is Yuba would also be required to do something similar. And so it would operate to whatever that requirement would be, which is, would likely be much more than just what the upstream projects would be required to release. So I can't say specifically any specific instance, but the way I understand that construct to work is not only with the upstream project, but Yuba would be required to meet some unimpaired flow requirement. That would be more than what those projects are releasing.
Okay, when you say your understanding is that Yuba Water would be required to release water to meet an unimpaired flow standard as well, what's the basis of your understanding in that regard?
Just the Bay Delta program that everything we've seen in the documents is that there would be requirements, specifically in the latest iteration in 2024, there were specific compliance locations, and those were included compliance locations on the South Yuba River, one on the Middle Yuba River. Those were at the bottom of those, or at the mouths of those two locations, as well as the compliance location at Marysville Gauge. And so if you kind of go through the mental math, those it would require much more release by Yuba to meet the Marysville gauge unimpaired flow requirement than either the Middle or South Yuba River compliance locations.
Okay, and asking me to do mental math is a very dangerous exercise, but I appreciate the response. So I think this is my last question on this topic, but the understanding that you just testified to in response to my last question, would that understanding change if Yuba Water's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal is accepted as part of the Bay Delta plan?
Well, if Yuba Water's Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal is accepted, then they would operate to that requirement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Mazzara, I will turn it over to you. I may have thrown a curveball in there. Would you like to take a 10-minute break before you move to redirect?
No, I think we can proceed directly into redirect.
Excellent. Okay, very good. I'm glad to hear that. I will turn it to you for redirect then.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit AHO 002? Beautiful. And just for the record, we're on PDF page 210, which is table 5-1. Mr. Grinnell, do you see the column groundwater substitution?
Yes, I do.
Does the volume of groundwater substitution transfers under the accord depend on, among other things, the condition of the Yuba County groundwater basins?
That is actually the primary, controlling factor for groundwater substitution.
Is it possible to have a year where there is a market for groundwater substitution transfers, but they do not occur due to Yuba County groundwater conditions?
Yes, that's occurred on a number of occasions.
Do you recall what years that occurred?
Yeah, actually, well, an interesting one is 2015. There was local supply shortages, and so they were pumping in that year. But in that year, there's actually a requirement in the Yuba's water right terms because of the accord and the fisheries agreement to augment flows in the lower Yuba River in the summertime by 30,000 acre feet through groundwater substitution. So if there had not been that criteria, that would not have occurred. In 2016, because of the very dry years of 2014 and 15 and pumping, I believe there was a market for water, but the groundwater basin was in a condition that the member units decided that they would not be able to pump and do groundwater substitution.
And in 2015, is that 30,000 acre foot contribution, is that the contribution required in Schedule 6 years under the accord?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Mullen, we can take that one down, please. Mr. Grinnell, you were asked a number of questions about whether the Delta Conveyance Project could result in increased transfers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to whether there's any reliable result as to transfers with the implementation of the Delta Conveyance Project?
I'm not aware of any.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 200? And can we please go to, oh, there we go. Can we scroll up to paragraph 72, please? Which is on for the record, it's on PDF page 18, document page 17. Mr. Grinnell, on lines 13 and 14, you discuss no Accord transfers occurred because of a lack of capacity at the export pumps. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean lack of capacity at the export pumps?
So in those years, although it is balanced conditions, so theoretically transfer water could move, but the state and federal projects are utilizing all of the physical pumping capacity under their permits and all of the regulatory restrictions that is available, and therefore there is no additional physical capacity to move with all those restrictions to move any Accord transfer water.
Are the relevant facilities the federal Jones pumping plant and the state Banks pumping plant?
Yes, they are.
To the best of your knowledge, would the Delta Conveyance project change the capacity of those two pumping plants?
No, my general understanding is that they would not.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit CSPA 7? And Mr. Grinnell, just for the record, do you see that Exhibit CSPA 7 is the September 2023 draft staff report for Bay Delta plan amendments?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 195? And Ms. Mullen, can we blow that up so Mr. Grinnell can see the bottom paragraph clearly? Mr. Grinnell, do you recall discussing this paragraph with Mr. Schutz?
Yes, I do.
In your opinion, what are the major factors for the impairment of unimpaired runoff from the Yuba River to the Marysville Gauge?
The major impairments are exports out of the Yuba watershed in the January to June timeframe. Mostly those are greatest in the springtime, along with the operations of the Yuba Development Project.
And what are the projects that export water from the watershed?
I was going to interpose an objection and move to strike as non-responsive and outside the scope of direct.
Well, I'm sorry, outside the scope of cross?
Yes, there was no testimony on this in Mr. Grinnell's direct testimony, no testimony concerning exports out of the Yuba River Basin on cross. We're now eliciting testimony on those subjects.
Ms. Becerra, would you like to respond?
Yes. First, on page 22 of the amended notice, it discusses the general rule that on initial examination, cross-examination can exceed the scope of the direct. Mr. Schutz asked cross-examination about this exact subject, and I'd like to redirect to bring out a fuller understanding of Mr. Schutz's cross.
Yep, okay. Nope, objection overruled.
Mr. Grinnell, what projects export water from the Yuba watershed?
On the North Fork of North Yuba River, it's South Feather Water and Power through their Slate Creek diversion. And then in the middle Yuba and South Yuba, it is NID's Yuba Bear project and PG&E's Drum Spalding project.
Do you have an understanding of what percentage of the Yuba River's watershed's total runoff is exported by those projects?
On average, it's around 24%, I believe. my recollection.
Objection, Foundation.
Mr. Mazzaro, why don't you go ahead and light some foundation for that question?
Sure. Mr. Grinnell, have you previously analyzed from USGS gauge data the volume of exports from the Yuba River watershed?
Yes, I have.
Have you previously submitted a technical memorandum to the State Water Board that expresses those results?
Yes, I have.
Based on that, do you have an understanding of the percent of the unimpaired runoff of the Yuba River watershed that is exported from the watershed?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Grinnell, I believe you stated your understanding was the average of those exports is 24% of the unimpaired runoff. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Do you have an understanding as to whether that percentage increases in drier years?
Yes, my analysis showed that in dry years, it's a greater percentage, up to as much as 34, 35%.
And you mentioned 3 projects that export water. Which projects export the most water from the Yuba River watershed?
It's kind of in ranking. It's the Drum Spalding project by PG&E, then secondarily NID's Yuba Bear project, and then finally South Fork Feathers project.
And to the best of your knowledge, do those projects also store water for later export from the watershed?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Objection exceeds the scope of direct. Point me to the place in Mr. Grinnell's direct testimony where he addresses these subjects.
No. The scope of redirect is limited to the scope of cross. I think Mr. Schutz in particular spent a fair amount of time going through these issues with Mr. Grinnell. So I'm going to allow this line of questioning.
And Mr. Grinnell, my question was, do you know whether those projects store water for later export from the Yuba River watershed?
Yes, that's generally how they operate.
In your professional opinion, what is the time of year that those exports most affect the lower Yuba River's stream flows?
My previous work and the work that we just described for submission to the state board identified the springtime as in the snowmelt runoff season as the greatest time of effect on unimpaired flow.
Is it fair to conclude that if these export projects were not operating, spring flows in the lower Yuba River would be higher?
Yes, that's a reasonable conclusion.
Objection, move to strike relevance.
I believe Ms. Hansen's testimony in NID 1C specifically discusses NID's basin transfers. I can obtain the exact paragraph citation if that would be useful.
No, that's okay. Mr. Mazzaro, I think you should deal with Ms. Hansen's testimony on Ms. Hansen's cross. So I'll grant that motion.
Okay, I'm moving on to the next subject in any case. Can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 210? Thank you very much. And Ms. Mullen, can we please, there we go. Thank you very much. You read my mind. Mr. Grinnell, do you see that this is your figure describing Yuba operations in 2018?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you recall Mr. Schutz asked you some questions about that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to keep this simple. The the green hatched area that is under the blue line, does that represent the volume of stored water Yuba was required to release to meet minimum flows?
Yes, required.
And under the blue line, I believe you testified, is what was necessary to meet Marysville minimum flows. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was the stored water required to meet Marysville minimum flows, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I believe you also testified as to the period with approximately September 1st to October 16th. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you just?
Sure. So Mr. Schutz asked you about some of the green hatched area that's above the blue line. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in particular, the period that's after approximately September 1st?
Yes.
That period of time, does the cross green hatched area represent water Yuba released from storage to meet minimum flows at Smartsville?
Yes, that is correct.
Is all of the green hatched area water released from storage by Yuba?
Yes, it's directly released from storage or water that is bypassed that would have been stored in the absence of the operation to the Accord.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please pull, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 214? And can we please scroll down so we can see all of the years? Thank you very much. Mr. Grinnell and perhaps Mr. Miller, do you recall in what years the state and federal projects were operating under temporary urgency change orders within the scope of years shown here?
Well, I can give my recollection first, and Mr. Miller,
of course.
correct me. My memory is 2015 and 2021, and maybe other years.
I agree with those. I think 14, 15, and 21. I think there might be another one or two, but
thank you. Mr. Grinnell, do you know where Yuba's transfer water in those TUCP years went?
It went to the participating contractors south of the Delta. That's participating state and federal contractors.
To the best of your knowledge, were all of those years critically dry years?
Yeah, yes.
And Mr. Miller, do you know what state water project allocations were in 2014?
stretching my memory a bit on that one. I think it was 5 or 10%.
And so Yuba Accord water would have been in addition to that 5 or 10%. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Mr. Miller, do you recall what the state water project allocation in 2021 was?
It varied between, essentially we're at health and safety. So I think officially it was 5%. And at one time it was 0%.
So Yuba Accord water would have been on top of that minimal allocation?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to Mr. Grinnell's testimony in Yuba Water 200? And I want to go to paragraph 108, which is on PDF page 27, I believe. Mr. Grinnell, do you see this paragraph concerning Yuba's HRL proposal?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether that proposal is subject to the same refill accounting requirements as Yuba's Accord water transfers?
Yeah, fundamentally, yes. We're committed to refill accounting for that water. Payback provisions are a little bit different, but essentially it's equivalent to the refill of the Accord.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to Exhibit AHO 10? Thank you. And can we please scroll to the bottom, which is to paragraph 24? And Mr. Grinnell, do you see paragraph 24?
Yes, I do.
Would this requirement apply on top of the existing Yuba Accord accounting principles?
Yes, this would be an additive factor to those accounting principles.
What would be the effect of this term proposed by Yuba?
Well, what it would require is there would be still the same amount of operation that has occurred in the past for release of groundwater substitution water, but not the amount that is identified as the percentage for stream flow depletion would not be transferred and is made available to the projects, to the CDP and SWP.
Have you performed any technical analysis of the locations where stream depletion occurs as a result of groundwater substitution under the Yuba Accord?
Yes, I have.
Where does the most stream flow depletion occur?
Well, a good portion of it occurs on the Yuba River. There is also some that occurs on the Feather River and the Bear River.
Does the majority occur of it on the Yuba River?
It's all the way down to the mouth, it's about half.
To the extent the stream flow depletion occurs on the Yuba River, does Yuba Water have to make up for that depletion itself?
Yes, it does. In fact, we've done quite a bit of analysis of that and confirmed that Yuba Water makes that up through its operations.
How exactly does Yuba Water make up for the stream flow depletion on the Yuba River?
Well, when it's operating to the Marysville gauge requirements with stream flow depletion on those stretches above the Marysville gauge to Englebright, that would reduce the flow along that river that Yuba is releasing, and sort of comply with the in-stream flow requirement at Marysville. It would for any losses, and they would have to increase its releases to make up those losses to ensure that they were complying with the in-stream flow requirement.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 206? And can we please go to page 1 of Yuba Water 206? Mr. Grinnell, do you recall having a rather extended discussion with Mr. McClure about this document?
Oh, yes, I do.
What, in your opinion, well, let me go back. Do you implement this document in discussions with DWR often as Yuba implements the Yuba River Accord?
Well, that's often is difficult to say. We don't consult with DWR about operations to the Accord requirements. We do consult with them when we're operating for YRDP operations, when we are planning groundwater substitution, and when we're operating for target storage in case DWR is telling us that they will not have export capacity in a given year.
Do you discuss the rules in this document with DWR in determining the volume of water Yuba transferred in any given year?
Yes, we have extensive discussions and explanations of what we're forecasting, what's controlling operations, what is in the baseline, what is driving the baseline conditions. We share that with DWR on a regular basis. And we also have meetings with them to explain that. And then, of course, they review all of that as part of their review of the accounting.
Based on that experience, what portions of this document, in your opinion, would prevent Yuba from transferring additional releases by Nevada Irrigation District required by changed regulatory requirements?
Well, as I was describing, the entire section describing baseline conditions would preclude that, as well as DWR has to make a determination that we're complying with the accounting and the intent of the accounting to ensure that we're not injuring other legal uses of water. And so, for instance, if another party upstream is releasing water, that is not part of the Yuba Accord. That water would be there regardless of the Yuba Accord. And so therefore, not only would the accounting preclude that, but I would expect that the DWR would object to that as well.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to PDF page 5? And scroll down, please, or maybe. Actually, can we scroll back up? It may be at the bottom of page 4. I'm sorry. Can we keep going just a little bit further up? Sorry about that. I think I'm looking for baseline conditions. There we go, baseline flows. Mr. Grinnell, you just described some general principles about water that would be present without Yuba operating to the accord. Does the term baseline flows capture that?
Yes, it does.
So additional regulatory releases by Nevada Irrigation District would be present at the Marysville gauge without implementation of the Yuba River Accord, correct?
That's correct.
And Yuba would not be credited with generating transfer water under this definition of baseline flows. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
That concludes my redirect, Mr. Bivens.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Becerra. And I will permit recross within the scope of that redirect to the extent anybody wants to do that. I suspect Mr. McClure does. Before we go there, Mr. Soderlund, did you have any particular redirect for Mr. Miller?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. McClure, do you have recross for Mr. Grinnell?
A few questions. Thank you. We were just looking at the definition of baseline conditions, and you were discussing with council the entities that would verify the calculation of baseline conditions. And you mentioned DWR. Are there any other parties that are authorized to verify the calculation of baseline conditions that Yuba performs to quantify transfers in a given year?
Yes, reclamation is also part of, they have review authority, and they do review the accounting as well.
The State Water Board does not currently have the authority to review the quantities transferred pursuant to that scheduling and accounting principles document we reviewed, correct?
I couldn't say. I mean, that's a legal determination. I would imagine if the State Board asked to see it, the accounting, it would be provided to them.
When we discussed that document earlier, we agreed that neither the State Water Board or NID receive draft calculations of the transfer quantities under that document, correct?
No, they do not receive graphs. They do receive final accounting as required by the State Board order.
When you say they, you're referring to the State Water Board?
Yes, that's correct.
You mentioned exports out of the Yuba River watershed in your discussion with Mr. Becerra. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you're aware that Yuba has taken the position that NID and PG&E should be required to contribute additional flows to the lower Yuba River and FERC relicensing proceedings, correct?
I would state it this way, that Yuba responded to a request by FERC in an AIR, an additional information request, looking for methods to improve temperatures in specific critically dry years on the lower Yuba River. And in that response, Yuba included a number of actions that we believe would improve temperatures. One of those included a release by NID and PG&E and a reoperation by Yuba to provide that water at a time when it would benefit fish.
And those flows, those additional flows released by NID and PG&E would be additional to the in-stream flow requirements that Yuba is required to meet under current regulatory requirements, correct?
Yes, it was an additional flow release.
And currently Yuba does not segregate NID releases from other naturally occurring flows into the Middle Yuba River, South Yuba River, or Bullards Bar Reservoir, correct?
No, there is not a segregation of those releases in the accounting.
And Yuba is not proposing in this proceeding to begin to segregate NID additional releases for purposes of performing the accord transfer calculations we've been discussing today, correct?
It's not proposing and it's not necessary.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Sorry, Mr. Schutz, do you have any recross within the limited scope of Mr. Becerra's redirect?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, you recall Mr. Becerra asked you about a change in capacity of the Jones and Banks pumping plants. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Grinnell, are you aware that as currently proposed, the Delta Conveyance Project would bypass the Banks pumping plant, and the point that water from the Delta Conveyance Project would put water into the California Aqueduct would be south of the Banks pumping plant?
Yeah, I'm not aware of those details.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell or Mr. Miller, are you aware that DWR in its proposal and its presentation of its proposal for the Delta Conveyance Project has suggested that there would be carriage water savings available from the Delta Conveyance Project because it would not be required to move water across the Delta?
Objection, lacks foundation.
And also, I had a very hard time following that question, Mr. Schutz. So if you could break it up.
Sure. So let's go back. The purpose of carriage water, Mr. Grinnell, is it not, is to account for the movement of water across the Delta and its effects on water quality. Is that correct?
Yeah, and export of that water, yes.
I see. Now, on a general basis, without going into the details of what's proposed at the Delta Conveyance Project, would you imagine that if water were exported north of the delta, there would be a different calculus about the effects of water that was exported there on delta water quality as opposed to the effects of water exported from the south delta?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Overruled. Mr. Grinnell can caveat.
I have very limited knowledge about the Delta Conveyance Project, so I hesitate to make even generalized conclusions about what may happen. I'm sorry, but I just have not followed that project very closely.
So either Mr. Miller or Mr. Grinnell, can you tell me, is it Yuba County Water Agency's view or the state water projects? Let's do this one at a time. Let's ask Mr. Grinnell first. Is it your view that the commitment to carriage water under the proposed petition would continue to exist regardless of where water was diverted for transfer from the delta?
Well, I'll say it this way. The commitment is to comply with whatever DWR determines is the appropriate amount of carriage water to bring water quality back to the without transfer condition. That is Yuba's understanding.
Thank you. And Mr. Miller, is that also DWR's understanding?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. Is it DWR's understanding that a commitment of carriage water by Yuba Water Agency would go so far, or let me scratch that, would cover the impacts to delta water quality of the actual transfer and not a sort of broader regulatory commitment for carriage water?
I'm not sure if I quite follow that, Mr. Schutz, but let me try to answer to my best ability here on the carriage water associated with delta conveyance, as I understand it.
Okay.
So during the summer, there's really two main regulatory ag standards that are governing our ability, or basically our water quality operations in the summer. The delta conveyance would help tune the Edmonton versus Jersey standards. So I think it's going to be very nuanced with the conditions at the time. So ultimately, we're going to have to assess a carriage water, if there's carriage water or not associated with moving water through the delta conveyance. So I don't know if it's a foregone conclusion that there's not going to be any carriage water associated with it. I guess is my point.
Okay, but you don't know what that carriage water requirement might be.
No. We would have to make that assessment.
And do you know
Can I
whether
break in just real quick and just potentially, well, I will object. And it's really to outside the scope of any cross. I don't believe Mr. Miller was redirected or asked any questions on redirect regarding the BCP carriage water or anything like that.
I think that's fair, and I also think I understand where Mr. Schutz's line of questioning is going. So, Mr. Schutz, let's move on from this line, please.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, you talked about the relative amounts of well, I think I'll strike that and say I don't have no more questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you.
Mr. Becerra, within that limited scope, do you have any, I will give you the last word on, I guess it's redirect if you need it.
I don't believe I'll have any redirect. I know there's a couple of cross-examiners who haven't had any opportunity if they'd like one. Mr. Ruiz and Ms. Merritt.
Oh, yes, thank you. Mr. Ruiz certainly does. Ms. Mertz did not conduct cross-examination, so I'm not going to give her recross. But yes, Mr. Ruiz, I apologize, and thank you, Mr. Becerra, for reminding me that there was another cross-examiner.
No problem.
Do you have recross within the scope of Mr. Becerra's redirect for this panel?
No, thank you. Actually, mine was mostly focused on Mr. Miller, and I don't think we had to redirect. Well, no, I don't. It was covered. So thank you for asking, though.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. All right, and Mr. Becerra, you do not have any redirect. Fair?
Correct.
Great. Okay, I believe that concludes Yuba Water's presentation of its case in chief. So that is great. My thought was we have about 45 minutes left in our day. I believe NID, well, I'll ask Mr. McClure, are you prepared to proceed with your opening statement and presentation of Ms. Hanson?
I am.
Great. And my official timekeepers are telling me that you have 10 minutes of your allocated time left, which, 5 minutes max for Ms. Hanson. You can obviously reduce that to the extent you feel appropriate to spend time on your opening statement. I defer to you, but
Would that does that time estimate include redirect?
It includes everything, but
Okay.
I'll leave it to you to figure out how to use it.
In that light, I'll forego the opening statement and make those presentations and briefing. And at this time, I'd like to call Ms. Hanson. I believe she's been following along online and she's ready to go.
Yes, she's in the attendee zone. So let's promote Ms. Hanson to panelist, please.
Mr. Bivens, just I have a mechanical question, or logistical. I believe you said this morning you prefer to wait on admitting exhibits into evidence until after rebuttal. Is that?
Yes, I want to do it. I want to do it all at once at the very end of this
Okay.
hearing, and I will ask you all to move exhibits into evidence.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and I see Ms. Hanson. Good afternoon. I will go ahead and administer the oath, and then I will turn you over to your attorney. And then, Mr. McClure, when you introduce Ms. Hanson, please ask her to affirm that her written testimony is true and correct, and refer to the exhibit number for her testimony. Okay, Ms. Hanson, do you swear or affirm, under the penalty of perjury, the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Mr. McClure, you witness.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson, can you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Hanson.
And what is your current role at Nevada Irrigation District?
I'm the general manager.
Is exhibit NID 1C your corrected testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that testimony true and correct?
Yes. I think there was an exception related to a reference to the 2023 staff report for the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, and it should have been the 2024 draft.
Thank you for that clarification. Approximately how many customers does NID serve?
Around 25,000.
And approximately how many of those are domestic customers?
20,000 domestic, 5,000 irrigation customers.
What sources of water does NID utilize to meet its water supply obligations?
We only have access to surface water. We do not have access to upstream water supplies or to groundwater.
When you mention surface water, is it your understanding that NID holds water rights to that surface water supply?
Yes, that is correct.
And are those water rights summarized in Exhibit 2 to your testimony?
Yes, that is correct.
Is it your understanding that some of those water rights were the subject of a 1961 stipulation between NID and the Yuba County Water Agency?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that stipulation included as Exhibit 3 to your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Without making any legal contentions or conclusions, what is your general understanding of the purpose of that stipulation?
To make it clear that YCWA's water right applications were subordinate to NID's existing water rights.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
All right. Before we do that, let me get a time estimate, Mr. Becerra. How long do you think you'll be spending on Ms. Hanson?
I think it's 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. Is there anybody else who intends to cross-examine Ms. Hanson in this hearing? That's a no from you, Mr. Schutz. Okay. And well, I wouldn't expect anyone, well, I wouldn't expect CNGO necessarily to have cross-examination for Ms. Hanson. Others can speak up if they do. Mr. Soderlund, do you anticipate having cross-examination for Ms. Hanson?
I will not. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Mandel Wright, do you anticipate having cross-examination for Ms. Hanson?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Becerra, I guess we should proceed and get through as much of this as we can today. We are on a tight schedule, so I will turn Ms. Hanson over to you for cross-examination.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Can we take a 5-minute comfort break?
Absolutely, yes. Let's take 5 minutes and we will return at 4:27.
You.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, are you ready to go? Very good. All right, we are 427. We're back on the record and picking up with Mr. Becerra's cross-examination of Ms. Hanson. Mr. Becerra, let's say go till 4:55, and then when we get there, we'll stop. We'll talk about procedural issues and primarily who is going to be testifying and in what order after Ms. Hanson. We've concluded with Ms. Hanson, and then we'll adjourn for the day. With that scheduling update, floor is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Ms. Hanson's testimony in Exhibit NID 1C? And can we please go to page 2, paragraph 4? Ms. Hanson, do you see on line 10 the statements about the number of customer accounts and irrigation accounts?
Yes.
Where are the domestic customers of NID located?
They are located in both Nevada and Placer counties.
And what cities are served in those domestic accounts?
It would include the unincorporated portion of Auburn, some of Grass Valley, some of Nevada City, and also water is sent to the city of Lincoln, as well as small residential areas within Nevada County.
Do the domestic accounts include rural residential accounts?
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Sure, I'm sorry. Do those customer domestic accounts include rural residential accounts?
Are you saying rural?
Rural,
Okay.
R-U-R-A-L, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, they do.
And roughly what are the lot sizes of those rural residential accounts?
I could not say.
What's your best estimate of how much water NID delivers to domestic accounts in a year?
Approximately, probably around 20,000 acre feet.
And approximately, or what is your best estimate of how much water NID delivers to irrigation accounts each year?
Probably close to 100,000 acre feet.
So on average, is NID's total consumptive use approximately 125,000 acre feet?
Give or take, depending on the year.
How much water on average does NID use for hydroelectric generation?
I cannot say.
I see on line 13, it states that NID has approximately 207,865 acre feet of water storage capacity. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are the facilities that have that capacity?
There's essentially 9 separate reservoirs that hold the capacity.
How often does NID fill those 9 reservoirs to their capacity?
It just depends on the particular year and the hydrology of any given year.
How dry does a year have to be before you can fill those reservoirs to capacity?
How dry does a year have to be before we can fill them?
Let me withdraw that. What are the conditions that would cause you to be unable to fill those reservoirs to capacity?
One condition would be drought, and another condition, which we're in right now, would be a infrastructure issue within the chain of reservoirs between us and PG&E.
In the years where you have been unable to fill because of drought, what was the last year where that occurred?
It was prior to me being here. At NID, I would be guessing. I believe it was like 2020, but I'm not sure.
When did you join NID?
In 2021.
To the best of your knowledge, was NID able to fill its reservoirs to capacity in 2021?
I don't know. I came in June of 2021 once we already started delivering water.
Do you know whether NID was able to fill its reservoirs to capacity in 2022?
I couldn't say for certain that all reservoirs were filled to capacity. I believe they were, but I don't know.
Do you know if 2022 was a critically dry year?
I don't believe it was.
Thank you. Okay, can we please, do you see on lines 13 and 14, you discuss how NID uses your project revenues?
Yes.
How much does NID subsidize its domestic water rates with hydroelectric revenues?
It would be difficult to state percentage-wise. Essentially, hydro department revenues pay for the operation of the upper division, which is considered source water for all customers.
Let me make sure I understand that. Hydro operations pay for all of the upper division operations that also serve consumptive water. Is that accurate?
Correct. There is no direct subsidy that occurs anymore.
So is it fair to say that consumptive water rates do not contribute to the expenses of the upper division of NID?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said yes, to the extent that there's not a large capital project or something, and then they would.
Okay, thank you. Do NID's hydroelectric revenues subsidize water rates to NID's irrigation customers?
Well, not, yes, to the extent that it pays for the upper division.
So, NID's irrigation customers also do not contribute to the costs associated with NID's upper division. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Objection, relevance.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I understand the relevance, Mr. Becerra. Help me understand.
I'm trying to tease out what the subsidy identified on line 14 is.
Well, I mean, yes, there is reference to subsidy on line 14, so fair enough. Overruled.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson, on line 15, you mentioned that the subsidies apply to disadvantaged communities. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do the subsidies apply to all of NID's consumptive water users?
Correct.
Thank you. And just, I think I heard you say this, you do not have an estimate as to how much water NID uses to generate hydroelectricity each year. Is that right?
That is correct. I said I do not.
Do you know if it's more than 100,000 acre feet?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Can we please scroll down to the top of page 3 on this exhibit? In paragraph, and Ms. Hanson, on line 2, you use the term basin transfers. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that term basin transfers mean?
We move water between reservoirs located in the Yuba watershed over to reservoirs located in the Bear River watershed.
Does any water come from the Bear River watershed to the Yuba River watershed in NID system?
No.
Do those basin transfers involve NID's Yuba Bear hydroelectric project?
Yes.
Once a water is moved from the Yuba watershed to the Bear watershed, what happens to it?
It is then transferred either into Rollins Reservoir or into Scotts Flat Reservoir.
Does any of that transferred water return to the Yuba watershed?
Water coming out of Scott's Flat, I believe may eventually go back into the Yuba watershed, but I'm not positive.
Do you have an estimate as to how much that might be?
No.
Let's go down to on exhibit NID 1C and go down to page 5, please, Ms. Mullen. And thank you. Ms. Hanson, do you see paragraph 12?
Yes.
Are the operations you describe in paragraph 12 included in what you've called basin transfers?
Are you asking whether unimpaired flows would still be part of a basin transfer?
No, I'm sorry, I must have been unclear. You've used the term basin transfers in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Do those basin transfers include the transfer of water to Scotts Flat and Rollins reservoirs?
Yes, that was what I had already stated.
So thank you very much. What is the maximum capacity of Scotts Flat Reservoir?
Oh, off the top of my head, probably about 45,000 acre feet.
What time of year do you divert water from the Yuba River watershed into Scotts Flat Reservoir?
During periods of snowmelt, typically late spring.
If NID did not divert that water to Scotts Flat Reservoir, would it flow into the lower Yuba River?
Yes.
What uses does NID serve from Scotts Flat Reservoir?
Both treated and raw water irrigation uses.
Where does the treated water go?
Treated water from Scotts Flat goes to essentially an unincorporated area of Nevada County, as well as it is sold to Nevada City and Grass Valley.
Does NID release any water from Scotts Flat Reservoir to any downstream water body?
Yes, there is some water that is released.
And what is the water body to which it's released?
I believe that it goes into Lower Scotts Flat and then it gets picked back up and possibly into Wolf Creek.
And where does the water end up? In the Bear River?
Not all of it. Most of it is re-picked back up and reused.
By whom?
By NID.
Once you reuse it, where does it go?
To other customers.
And where are those other customers located?
In Nevada County.
And once they use it, where does it go?
I do not know. I don't track it from there.
Okay, thank you. What is the maximum capacity of NID's Rollins Reservoir?
It's about 58,000 acre feet, 60,000.
And I think you said you don't know if you fill that reservoir every year. Is that accurate?
We typically do fill Rollins Reservoir probably 9 out of 10 years.
What percentage of the water that goes into Rollins Reservoir is diverted from the Yuba River watershed?
I do not know. It gets commingled into Spalding prior to coming down and getting split.
Can you explain that? What do you mean it's commingled into Spalding?
Our water comes from our upper division reservoirs, as well as PG&E water also comes from upper division reservoirs. The water is transferred by both agencies into Spalding Reservoir. And then once it goes into Spalding Reservoir, it is then split up again in going down the South Yuba Canal into Scotts Flat. And it can go into the Bear River or the Bear River Canal into Rollins.
Okay, thank you very much. Complex system.
It is.
What time of year do you store water in Rollins Reservoir?
Water is always stored in Rollins Reservoir.
What time of year do you divert water to be stored in Rollins Reservoir?
Typically, Rollins Reservoir diverts water from the Bear River watershed, so it does capture and divert rainwater, as well as snow melt that comes from the Yuba watershed during the late spring time period.
Is all of the water from the Yuba River watershed that goes to Rollins from PG&E?
No.
How does NID divert water from the Yuba River watershed into Rollins?
So PG&E and NID have a coordinated operating agreement that identifies how we operate our mutual systems together. And part of that agreement allows for PG&E to store their own water as well in Rollins. And that specific amount of storage fluctuates based off of how much space is available, but it's generally around 10,000 acre feet.
To the best of your knowledge, does the water that PG&E stores in Rollins come from the Yuba River watershed?
I don't know where their water comes from. I'm not familiar with their water rights.
Okay. What uses does NID serve from Rollins Reservoir?
Both treated and irrigation water.
And what are the communities served with the treated water?
Treated water is primarily in the Auburn area.
And once it's delivered to those treated water accounts, where does that water go?
Once it's delivered to the treated water accounts,
Yes.
to the treated water customers?
Let me be a little more specific. Where does the wastewater from those communities go?
There's several small wastewater treatment facilities I'm not overly familiar with, as well as there's a slew of septic tanks.
Are any of those end uses within the Yuba River watershed?
In Placer County? No.
Thank you. Does NID release water from Rollins Reservoir to any downstream water body?
Rollins Reservoir releases into the Bear River.
So it's fair to say none of the water released downstream of Rollins goes to the Yuba River. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Going back to your general term basin transfers, what's your estimate of how much water is involved in those basin transfers on average each year?
It's consistent with our water rights. We haven't had an average year in the past couple of years, so I couldn't say with any certainty.
In 2020, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, I was just saying we haven't been moving water as we traditionally would due to the PG&E issue at Spalding.
Can you explain the PG&E issue at Spalding?
PG&E has several infrastructure issues at their Spalding Reservoir, which included the South Yuba pipe being damaged by a rock fall, a issue at their Spalding 1 powerhouse, as well as an issue at their Spalding 2 powerhouse, and then another issue with their low-level outlet at the dam.
When did those facilities issues start?
Oh, about probably February 2024.
In 2023, do you know how much water NID transferred out of the Yuba River watershed?
Specifically for 2023? No, yes. We generally would transfer about maybe 100,000 a year.
Okay, thank you. Do you conduct those basin transfers every year that they're possible?
Yes, that's consistent with our water rights and how our system was designed. We don't really have another option.
Do you store water in let me go back. Do you store water in any facilities in the Yuba River watershed for later basin transfers?
What do you mean by later?
Do you store water in the spring in your facilities in the Yuba River watershed?
Yes, we store water in the spring.
Do you then transfer that water out of the Yuba River watershed later?
We move water as needed based off of water supply demands and available storage within the lower reservoirs, as well as in coordination with PG&E under our coordinated operating agreement.
Do you ever transfer water out of the Yuba River watershed for the sole purpose of generating hydroelectricity?
We're a water first system, And we move water for water supply primarily. That's our first priority, and not necessarily for hydroelectric generation.
What's your best estimate of how much water NID stores in the Yuba River watershed on average for later transfer out of the watershed?
I do not have a good answer to that.
Do you know if it's more than 100,000 acre feet?
I don't know. I would have to do a lot of math in my head that I don't have the numbers in front of me. It wasn't part of my testimony, so I wasn't prepared to speak to it.
Does NID conduct basin transfers out of the Yuba River watershed even in dry years?
Yes.
Do you know if NID conducted any such basin transfers in 2021?
With certainty, no.
Do you have any estimate of how much of those basin transfers there were in 2021?
No.
Did NID conduct basin transfers in 2022?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate as to how much those were?
No.
Mr. Bivens, my next line of questions would get into some cross exhibits I sent over that might not be a great idea to start them now with 7 minutes left, but I can proceed how you like.
No, I think that's a good logical stopping point. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Okay, so tomorrow we will pick back up I'm sorry, Mr. Ruiz.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have jumped the gun on you. I might have missed the conversation earlier. Do we have cross estimates for tomorrow? Just length of time so I can sort of plan.
Yeah. Okay. So we are getting there. So thank you though. Okay, we're gonna pick back up and complete Mr. Becerra's cross tomorrow morning. And Mr. Becerra, your estimate for time remaining is roughly what?
Half an hour?
Half an hour. Okay. Very good. And then from there, I would like to know the order that we're going to go in with the remaining protestants. So Mr. Ruiz, perhaps you have some thoughts about that.
Yes, it's my understanding that it'll be our case next is.
Oh.
But maybe if I missed something, let me know, Mr. Schutz.
Fine with us.
I am completely agnostic as to who goes next, as long as I know who's going when. So I'm happy to have the Delta parties present their case in chief after we finish with Ms. Hanson tomorrow. And you have one witness, Mr. Ruiz. So who will be presenting after the Delta parties?
It will be the NGOs. Mr. Zettler-Mann, I believe, will be first, followed by a panel consisting of me and Dr. Devin Pierce.
Okay, so we're going Wilson, Dr. Zettler-Mann, Mr. Schutz, Mr. Pierce. And so that's everybody, yes? There's no more NGO witnesses. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. Okay, great. That is a good order. Well, at least now I know what order to read things in. That's great. We might even, I suppose it's possible we could get through quite a bit tomorrow. All right, anything else we need to talk about from a procedural or logistic perspective before we adjourn for the day?
A couple of questions. Do we have cross estimates for the remaining witnesses?
I will turn to Mr. Becerra to start first on that, and then I will ask Mr. Soderlund and Ms. Mandel-Rice.
I will do my level best estimate. I believe I have about an hour for Mr. Wilson. I think I've got maybe 45 minutes for Dr. Zettler-Mann. Similar, 45 minutes or so for Dr. Pierce. Mr. Schutz is probably more. I have to still process that in light of the evidentiary rulings. So I think so far the first three are probably 2.5 hours. Mr. Schutz is probably 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Okay, that's helpful.
And I will have the corrected version of my testimony shortly. I've got it pretty much prepared.
Yes, I trust that you will, Mr. Schutz. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Soderlund, do you anticipate cross-examining any of the witnesses we just discussed, and if so, for how long?
Yeah, for Mr. Wilson, it's hard going after you, but it could be significantly reduced. But I'll put a guess at 30 minutes.
Okay.
And the same for Mr. Schutz, although that's even more likely to be less.
I'll put down, let's say, half an hour just in case. And I appreciate that some or many of your questions may be obviated by Yuba's cross. And nothing for Dr. Zettler-Mann or Mr. Pierce, correct, Mr. Soderlund?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Mandel-Rice, how about you?
I will, of course, attempt not to duplicate what Yuba and DWR ask, so all subject to what Mr. Soderlund and Mr. Becerra ask, but 20 minutes for Mr. Schutz, 20 minutes for Mr. Pierce, 20 minutes for Mr. Wilson, and nothing for Dr. Zettler-Mann. Thank you.
Right. Okay. I don't think I'm missing anybody. Madam Court Reporter, you have your hand raised. Please.
Question, will the Zoom credentials be the same for tomorrow, or will they be sent out to me?
I believe that Ms. Mullen sent out Zoom links for tomorrow. If you have not received one, please check your spam filters. And if there's nothing there, send us an email and we will make sure it gets to you before 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. One other question. If this transcript is being produced, who are the parties ordering?
That sounds like a good question for Mr. Becerra.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I apologize.
Will this transcript be produced, and are you the ordering party, and are there any copies?
I don't know about copies. I mean, we are the ordering party.
Thank you.
All right. Any other? Okay, and I'm getting a note from my team. Is it Ms. Miranda? That you were, Court Reporter was provided a link this afternoon, so that should be in your inbox. All right. Any other procedural or logistic issues, and otherwise we can call it a day 5 minutes early. All right, great. We've had an efficient first day. I appreciate all of your professionalism. We are adjourned, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you.